Test 1 2 check. Test check 1 2 check कर अबुल. Check test 1 2 check. Test. कुछ कम हो गया. ऑडियो बराबर है क्या मतलब?
Hello. Yes, I see a few ladies. I was thinking, should I begin with gentlemen and gentlemen? We have ladies in the house. I do see a few gentlemen standing out there. I would request them to please take their seats. As we all know, time is the most precious energy form. I think first of all I should congratulate everyone who has maintained punctuality and is here early in the morning. Thank you for joining us here this morning on time. एक बार जो लोग समय पे आए हैं उनके लिए तालियां बजा लें. वार्म अप हो जाएगा. Thank you. You can grab your coffee mugs and take your seat. So normally when I begin any morning event, I find three different kind of audiences, and this is off the stage, okay? First of all, like the lady sitting there, they have small smile on their face, a very presentable smile. They wait for the MC to crack a joke maybe, and then they bear out their teeth. Lovely. And there are other सरदार बैठे हैं जो मुस्कुराते हैं तब जब उनकी तरफ कोई देखे. जरा मुस्कुराए आप भी. हाँ जी, सुबह सुबह का वक्त है. और ये जनाब, ये बेस्ट तरह ऑडियंस है. आज तो क्लोजअप किया हमने सुबह सुबह. हाँ जी, तो ये खिलखिलाहट बनाए रखी. लंबा दिन है लेकिन बहुत ही प्रोडक्टिव दिन है. नेटवर्किंग की अपेक्षा यहाँ पे काफी है. The day is about energy, power and solar, sunshine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I have everyone's attention, please? Thank you. A very good morning. Yes, so I heard 2 or 3 mornings. Everyone else? We had the coffee served. Caffeine kicking nahi hui abhi tak? Good morning. बेटर, थैंक यू. मैं हूँ आपके साथ दिव्या सेठ. मैं आज की सूत्रधार हूँ. सूत्रधार नॉर्मली सासू माँ की तरह होती हैं. बहुत वेलकम नहीं होती हैं लेकिन उनकी जरूरत बहुत ज्यादा होती है परंपरा बनाए रखने को. So coming back to today's conference, we are here to discuss energy, power, solar. EPS Business Meet Pune 2023. Can we hear it loud? Empowering the future, innovation in electrical, power and solar technologies. First of all, I think I have to add that I'm very delighted. It's my pleasure to welcome everyone here at this highly anticipated EPS Business Meet. It's an honor, terribly, very pleasurably, to be here with everyone who is highly learned, who is a veteran in their field, And the leaders, the entrepreneurs, the visionaries, all under one roof. मैं चाहूंगी अपने लिए आप एक बार तालियां बजा लें. Thank you. Today, we come together not only to discuss business strategies and innovations, but to foster meaningful connections. I think I saw some connections beginning here in the morning, and collaborations that have the potential to shape the future of our industry. As we embark on this journey of knowledge sharing, networking, and idea exchange, I encourage you to learn, to engage, and to inspire one another. Our collective efforts and insights can pave the way for growth, resilience, and sustainability in an ever-evolving business landscape. So, let's make the most of this opportunity to connect, collaborate, create, and catalyze change. एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए for all the seeds of creativity. So I think I have a minute here. Before I begin, I would like to know, do we have everyone here from western side of the country, or we have people from south, east? Do we have south? Oh, all right. We have one hand only. Give me a cheer if you hear. South? Team South? Okay, the last benchers. मुझे आज तक ये समझ नहीं आता कि people, why do they pick up the last tables? School time habit? College time habit? No? West India, can I have a cheer please? A lot of West Indians, a lot of West Indians. I think the weather is amazing in West India right now. North India, the first table, the third table. So I think we are West dominated today, more like our economy as well. Yeah? We are waiting for a dignitary. In the meantime, I think that I will just give you what the whole day holds for us. We have multiple panel discussions, mostly about how we go ahead from here. You know, in the morning, when we begin something, it's like applying chandan. किसी के भी माथे पे आप चंदन लगाते हो, लेकिन खुशबू पूरे कमरे में फैल जाती है. तो यहाँ पे कोई भी बातें करे, लेकिन ये जानकारी, ये सर्कल जो एनर्जी की आज क्रिएट होगी, ये आप सब तक पहुँचेगी. And I'm sure that today you will get a lot to sponge in, and maybe tomorrow deliver. Yeah? All right, thank you. This event is brought to you by, एक बार तालियां हो जाए हमारे presenting partner के लिए, Dymo. Gold sponsors, Janitza Nova. Table partners, True Power Limited, Ellis Electric. Module partners, Jinko Solar. On-site branding partner, Gotham Solar. Finance partner, Sedbi. Brand sponsors, Gloucester, Dirac, ST Electricals, Wakab, and PFC. So तालियां हो जाए, ये बहुत ही important नाम है. Thank you. We also have stall partners, TJSB Sahkari Bank Limited, Sonara, Srinilink, Success Engineering, Uprotec, Autolite, Silverline Electricals, Runalex, Prolite, Clarient Power, True Power Limited, Digvijay Industries, Brother at your side, Pinnacle, महावितरण और श्री इंजीनियरिंग. एक बार फिर से मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी हमारे सारे स्पॉन्सर्स और पार्टनर्स का. थैंक यू. Now, without doing further ado, I think we have very special dignitaries with us today, और मैं चाहूंगी उनकी तालियां बजाकर उनका स्वागत किया जाए. श्री पंकज तगलपालेवार, ADG मेडा पुणे. एक बार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए. I would like to invite sir on the dais, please. तो जो मैंने नाम बुलाया है, पहले इनके लिए तालियां हो जाए. लेकिन जिस क्रम में बुलाया है, उस क्रम को हम थोड़ा बदलने वाले हैं. हमारे अमित साहब ने हमें बताया कि पहले तो हम रोशनी फैलाएंगे, क्योंकि अंधकार कितनी भी हो, एक दिया उस रोशनी को हर तरफ फैलाने के लिए काफी होता है. आप देख सकते हैं, we have the lamp there. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the lamp lighting ceremony. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. For the same, I would like to invite Shri Pankaj Tagalpalewar, ADG MEDA, Pune. Shri Rajendra Pawar, Chief Engineer, NACDCL, Pune. Mr. Rajesh Jayachandran, National Sales Manager, LS Electric, India. Dr. Santosh Rajkumar Patni, Deputy Executive Engineer, MECDCL, Pune. Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh, President Solar, Novasis Green Energy Private Limited. Mr. Hari Balasubramaniam, Business Development Director, Middle East and India. Mr. Kalpak Kadu, Business Development Manager, Dyno India. Mr. Jaideep Malviya, Managing Director, Malviya Solar Energy Consultancy. Dr. Prashant Khankoje, Managing Director, A to Z Energy. And Mr. Vijay Ghatole, Head of Distributed Generation, Jinko Solar. एक बार इन सब के लिए तालियां हो जाए हमारे गणमान्य अतिथि जो दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ इस सुबह का आगाज करेंगे. Can we have the Ganesh mantra in the backdrop? I would like to invite Mr. Hiten Parekh, AVP CNI O2 Power Private Limited. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, what is the power of networking? Anyone? Networking हमें कैसे और powerful बनाता है? जानकारी का आदान प्रदान होता है. Ideas come together, ideas evolve. In fact, if you look back at history, most of the innovations have not come from an individual. Innovations come when creative minds are brought together on a platform or in the house like the one today. So, अगली 10 मिनट आपको दिए जा रहे हैं ताकि आप नेटवर्क कर सको, आप वीकार एक्सचेंज कर सको, एक दूसरे को जान सको. This is your 10 minutes before we go ahead into panel discussions. Oh, I love the beautiful smile. Thank you, ma'am. तो अगले 10 मिनट आपके लिए हैं for you to exchange the vicars, for you to network, and then we will proceed with our panel discussions. We are calling these 10 minutes Know Me Networking. So know each other, expand the knowledge, expand your horizons. Thank you. सो आई थिंक हमने इस 10 मिनट को 6 मिनटों में तब्दील कर दिया है, क्योंकि कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमने ऑलरेडी एक्सचेंज कर लिए हैं. थैंक यू. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू नाउ टेक आवर सीट्स. हमें नेटवर्किंग के और भी मौके मिलेंगे. वी हैव सेगमेंट्स इन द आफ्टरनून लंच ब्रेक. वी हैव हाई टी. Thank you. May I request everyone to please take your seats again. इस नेटवर्किंग मीट को हम यहाँ पे कट शॉर्ट कर रही हैं. कृपया अपनी अपनी कुर्सियों पे विराजमान हो जाएं. हमारे साथ हमारे चीफ गेस्ट मौजूद हैं. अब So someone said people cannot hear me. I'm sure that I'm very audible. मैं विनती करूंगी ये जरा थाम ले यहाँ पे नेटवर्किंग. हम कंटिन्यू करेंगे. ग्रीटिंग्स इसके बाद भी हो सकती है. We have our chief guest with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to please put your hands together when I welcome Shri Rajendra Pawar ji, Chief Engineer, MSCDCL Pune. एक बार तालियां हो जाए. हमारे साथ सर मौजूद हैं. Thank you so much for joining us. और इनका स्वागत करने के लिए मैं श्री सुनील आर शेरसत जी को आगे बुलाना चाहूंगी. एएन मीडिया ग्रुप, इंडस्ट्रियल आउटलुक. Ladies and gentlemen, please quickly let's be seated. हमने उठा दिया ना 10 मिनट के ऑलरेडी. मैं पवार साहब को आगे बुलाना चाहूंगी, श्री राजेंद्र पवार जी, और उनका स्वागत करने के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं श्री सुनील आर शेरसत जी फ्रॉम एएन मीडिया. एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर ज्वाइनिंग अस दिस मॉर्निंग. हम जोरदार तालियों के बीच श्री पंकज सागर पल्लेवार जी का भी स्वागत करना चाहेंगे फ्रॉम एडीजी मेडा पुणे. और इनका सत्कार करने के लिए हमारे साथ हैं श्री अमित के गुप्ता फ्रॉम एएन मीडिया ग्रुप, इंडस्ट्रियल आउटलुक. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए दोनों गणमान्य अतिथियों के लिए. थैंक यू सर. तो इस मौके पे इस सुबह की शुरुआत करने के लिए सबसे पहले मैं चाहूंगी श्री राजेंद्र पवार जी कुछ शब्द कहें, हमें संबोधित करें. सर प्लीज.
Electrical, power and solar business meet. Welcome to all dignitaries. I am from Mahavitran, Pune. आपल्याला सगळ्यांना माझा नमस्कार. आपली जी ही बिझनेस मीट आहे इलेक्ट्रिकल, पॉवर आणि सोलर, यात आमचं महावितरण हे एक फार मोठा याच्यात महत्त्वाचा रोल आहे. मी नियर अबाउट 36 लॅक्स कन्झ्युमर रिप्रेझेंट करतो फ्रॉम पुणे डिस्ट्रिक्ट. त्याचा रेव्हेन्यू 1600 करोड्स पर मंथ आहे. इतक्या मोठ्या ह्या नेटवर्कला म्हणजे पॉवरची मॅक्झिमम डिमांड जी आहे मग ती 3500 मेगावॅट आहे आणि इन्स्टॉल कॅपॅसिटी ऑफ EHV नेटवर्क इज अबाउट 5500 megawatt. Average growth rate is near about 7% per year. Pune city and Pune district growth is very much other than other cities. तर ह्या पुणे शहरासाठी जे काही आपण आज इथे जमलात, आपली जी ही बिझनेस मीट आहे ही आमच्या दृष्टीने पण खूप महत्त्वाची आहे. यात आपण वेगवेगळ्या इंडस्ट्रीजला रिप्रेझेंट करतात आणि याच्यातनं जे काही आपल्या एकमेकांशी जो संवाद होणार आहे, कम्युनिकेशन होणार आहे, त्याच्यातून एक चांगलं काहीतरी फायनल आउटकम याच्यातून निघणार आहे. यासाठी आपणाला मी शुभेच्छा पण देतो. नियर अबाउट मला जी ॲव्हरेज कॉस्ट ऑफ पॉवर सप्लाय आहे ती 7.5 रुपीजची आहे आणि रेव्हेन्यू रिअलायझेशन ऑफ पुणे डिस्ट्रिक्ट इज नियर अबाउट 10 to 11 रुपीज है. It is too much than power cost. So most of the players are interested to take license in Pune like us. At present only Mahavitran is supplying distributing power to Maharashtra. So it is very much essential to work on consumer services. We are working on it. कंझ्युमर सर्व्हिसेस चांगल्या देण्यासाठी आम्ही खूप प्रयत्नशील आहोत. मी लास्ट 1 year 1 वर्षापासून इथे मुख्य अभियंता म्हणून कार्यरत आहे. तर आपण आज इथे ज्या ज्या विषयावर बोलणार आहेत मी सगळं तुमच्या पॅनलचं जे काही बघितलं, डिजिटायझेशन ऑफ पॉवर सिस्टीम, इलेक्ट्रिकल सेफ्टी, हा एक विषयावर आपण इथे चर्चा करणार आहेत. दुसरा सोलरवरती आपला एक मोठा विषय आहे. सोलरच्या प्रमोशनसाठी पण इथे एरियाचे रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्ह मी बघतोय काही आणि त्यांच्यासाठी जे काही मदत लागते ती महावितरण देत असते आणि इथून पुढे पण आम्ही त्यांना देणार आहोत. त्याच्यानंतर स्मार्ट मीटरिंगवरही आपण चर्चा करणार आहोत. आता RDSS नावाचा एक मोठा प्रोजेक्ट, रिव्हॅम्प डिस्ट्रीब्युशन सेक्टर स्कीम नावाची एक सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटची स्कीम येते. नियर अबाउट 5100 करोडचं ओनली फॉर पुणे डिस्ट्रिक्ट त्याचं DPR आम्ही बनवलेलं आहे. एवढे मोठी कामं पुण्यात होणार आहेत. त्याच्यात स्मार्ट मीटरिंगचा पण नियर अबाउट 1000 ते 1500 कोटीचा वाटा आहे. तर स्मार्ट मीटरिंग पण आपण ह्या 6 महिन्यामध्ये पुणे शहरामध्ये सर्वत्र स्मार्ट मीटर इन्स्टॉल करणार आहोत. पॉवर क्वालिटी अँड रिलायबिलिटी आजच्या दृष्टीने जर खूप मोठं इंडस्ट्रियलायझेशन पुणे आणि नियरबाय पुणे आहे, याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला पॉवर क्वालिटी, पॉवर फ्लक्च्युएशन्स हा खूप मोठा प्रश्न निर्माण झालेला आहे आणि याच्यामधून आपण कशी रिलायबल पॉवर देता येईल आणि त्यासाठी आपण सर्वजण इथं ह्या आजच्या मीटमध्ये चर्चा कराल आणि एक चांगला आउटकम याच्यामधून येऊ शकेल. पॉवर इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमध्ये मी आपल्याला बोललोच, तर पूर्ण इंडियासाठी ही महाराष्ट्रासाठी आम्ही 40 ते 50 हजार कोटीची RDSS स्कीम राबवत आहोत. आता हे टेंडरिंग स्टेजला आहे. आपल्या सर्वांना ह्या गोष्टी वेळोवेळी याची मदत होणार आहे. आपला बिझनेस ग्रो करण्यासाठी याची मदत होणार आहे. सोलरबद्दल ही आपण PV टेक्नॉलॉजीची इथे आपल्या पॅनलमध्ये चर्चा होणार आहे. महावितरणतर्फे मी मिस्टर डॉक्टर फटणी यांना नॉमिनेट केलेलं आहे. आपल्या पॅनल डिस्कशनमध्ये इथे काम करतील. मला दुसरे काही महत्त्वाच्या मीटिंग असल्यामुळे फक्त आपला याचं इनॉग्रेशन करून मी जाणार आहे. आपल्या या पूर्ण प्रोग्रामला मी शुभेच्छा देतो आणि थांबतो. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच.
खूब खूब धन्यवाद सर. थैंक यू. एक बार फिर से पवार साहब के लिए तालियां हो जाए और इस मौके पे सर आए, समय निकाला हमारे लिए, इसके लिए हम आभार व्यक्त करना चाहेंगे एक मोमेंटो के द्वारा. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी इंजीनियर PK पटनायक जी को कि आगे आएं और मोमेंटो देकर श्री राजेंद्र पवार जी का सत्कार करें. Mr. P.K. Patnaik, please. Can I have the memento here, please? Memento. So this small memento, sir, to appreciate your presence here and your kind words this morning. Thank you, gentlemen. I would like to invite Sri Pankaj Sagal Palivar, ADG MEDA Pune, to please join us on the stage and address our audience. Thank you.
Good morning all. Chief guest for today's program, our source of inspiration, Honorable Chief Engineer Pune Rajendra Pawar sir. All the stakeholders who are present for today's meet, energy, power and solar. So three important verticals in our industry which are going to be covered today. I'd like to thank organizers on behalf of MEDA. It's really a privilege for us. I will just introduce you about the activities which have been carried out by MEDA. I think all of us are aware of our activities, but which briefly elaborate. Recently, I was reading one article of Chicago conference which commented on effects of global warming and climate change. It was mentioned that average lifespan of Indian human being is being reduced by 5 years in India. For Maharashtra, the figure is 1.8 to 2 years. So it shows the gravity of the subject, how concerned we shall be on this subject of energy transition, energy conservation, energy efficiency. So I think it's well lucky that we all are working in this field. We are working for the betterment of the mankind. So MEDA is the state nodal agency for MNRE, SDA for Bureau of Energy Efficiency for energy conservation and energy efficiency, Energy Agency of Implementation for RPO, Renewable Power Obligation. Our purpose is to promote, propagate and develop RE projects in the state, propose and implement RE energy conservation policies and schemes, to coordinate with government departments, DISCOM, transmission companies for development of RE projects, and to advise, assist and guide central and state government. Now what MEDA is proposing, there are some certain problems when DISCOM was implementing the solar projects, that high value consumers are moving to solar. So now what we are doing is, we want to attain the consumers which are subsidized and convert those consumers to solar as far as possible, so that the cross subsidy and subsidy burden will be reduced. Cross subsidy burden on industrial and commercial consumers will be reduced. Subsidy burden on government will be reduced, and will be able to achieve our solar targets in that way. Organization structure, Honorable Minister Sir is Chairman, State Minister Sir is Vice Chairman. National objectives, sustainable economical growth by energy security, minimize dependency on fossil fuels like coal generation, as all of us know, reduce carbon emissions, develop clean, reliable and sustainable alternative energy sources, and access for electricity to all. This is energy scenario of Maharashtra. You can see total capacity and what is the share of RE. If you go generation wise, the share is 28%. But as all know, ki RE is not generating, it not a firm power, not generating for 24 hours. So if you go by the consumption, then RPO is on lesser side. This is potential. If you see the potential of Maharashtra is 150 gigawatt. Out of total potential, solar and wind potential is 144 gigawatt. State is focusing on developing RE to solar parks, solar rooftop, solar pumps. We are also focusing on augmenting the capacity of evacuation infrastructure because we know that the grid connectivity or transmission corridor availability is one of the big challenge today that we are facing for RE growth in Maharashtra. This is capacity utilization as of today. Total RE capacity in Maharashtra is around 11.6 gigawatt. Objectives of Maharashtra State, policies of Government of Maharashtra in synchronization with central government policies. State has adopted policy of achieving target of renewable energy 25% of conventional energy by 2025. In 22-23, Maharashtra State is having 60.5 share of electricity consumption. That consumption, what I was telling, 16.5% consumption is through RE now. Target of 500 gigawatt by 2030, all of us know. Then composite policy for 5 renewable energy sources is declared in December 20, RE policy of Maharashtra. Envisages ramping up capacities of grid-connected renewable power projects, solar, wind, bagasse-based cogeneration, small hydro, solar and municipal waste. Cogeneration is also working good in Maharashtra because of potential available in sugar industries. Proposed capacity addition of 17,360 megawatt of RE projects by 2027, that is the target. That will make entire capacity of state to 25 gigawatt. Solar, wind, bagasse and this breakup is given. Focus on development of solar parks and hybrid projects for solar energy. Now we are concentrating on solar wind hybrid so that evacuation infrastructure can be utilized at the same place. MEDA has signed MOU with Mahajanko for 120 megawatt plant at MEDA's land. And this mandates for solar, wind, bagasse, small hydro, waste to energy, for selling power to DISCOM as per their RPO obligations. MEDA has developed a microgrid project in Maharashtra. There are certain sites where conventional electricity is not available and it is better to establish microgrid there. And this microgrid is running successfully in Melghat, Amravati. The benefits of the project are hybrid mini grid with solar energy storage, fully automated, 24/7 electricity available, electricity connection to each household, and street lighting is also there. We have got targets for 10 microgrids per annum, so we are planning for addition. And the feedbacks of this scheme are really good. Minimum interruptions are there, and consumers are happy with this arrangement. They are getting conventional electricity through this. We are also doing one other program that is called Rural Village Electrification, in which we provide home lighting kits to the beneficiaries to which a conventional electricity connection is not available. This is flagship program of Government of Maharashtra, Mukhyamantri Saur Krishi Vahini Yojana. We know that solar and agricultural demand, they go hand in hand. Farmers require daytime electricity because there is a problem of doing irrigation in night time. So this scheme has been launched, and initially 2 projects were done. One Rayagan Siddhi and other is Manzarda at Yavatmal. Now Mukhyamantri Saur Krusha Vahini Yojana Part 2 has been launched, and cluster formation has been done in different areas, and the bidding process is on. So this is really one big step in energy transition. As solar power is available in daytime, then again there are challenges what we shall do when this power is not available. What shall be the storage, pump storage, battery? We are exploring this. But one of the option is demand shifting. You can shift your demand to align with the RE generation. So this scheme is doing that in well manner, and again the interest of farmers are being protected. Also there is a decentralized generation. So we are reducing I-squarer losses and quality of power at decentralized level. Challenges for solar projects, because we as a state nodal agency always try to understand challenges, difficulties faced by the RE developers, and we want to address them. Viability gap funding is required for solar power projects. Reimbursement for evacuation shall be provided, we feel. Tariff discovered through competitive bidding are not suitable for investors. So something has to be done in that regard. And for that only we are doing some other activities, like I said, attending subsidized consumer, so that solar developers or RE developers shall get some good tariffs. In the state, preferential tariff is not available as it was there. So there are other regulatory issues like banking, open access charges, captive open access, third party open access, different type of charges. MEDA has launched single window portal for RE developers, so that RE developer need not go to every single window, and we are trying to facilitate all the sanction process at one portal only, right from grid connectivity, registration for MEDA, meeting specifications, up to permission to commission, electrical inspector approvals, everything is there on the portal. And after launching of the portal, there are some teething problems which we are addressing, and we are trying to facilitate more and more to RE developers. We are in continuous contact with developers, and as per the feedback received, we are trying to improve upon. As per MEDA request, Government of Maharashtra has given approval for procurement of land for construction of substations with provision of 5 crores through Green Cess Fund. Accordingly, we have received proposal from MSCTCL. This is for strengthening the corridor. Under RE policy, MEDA has issued registration to 1311 megawatt of solar power projects, out of which 79 megawatt are commissioned, and remaining are expected to be commissioned by 24. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting in this program and listening me patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And in appreciation and acknowledging you, we would like to present a memento. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर के लिए. श्री पंकज तगल पलेवार जी, इन्हें मोमेंटो प्रदान करने के लिए मैं श्री नरेंद्र द्विवेदी जी को बुलाना चाहूंगी. एक बार फिर से फॉर आवर एडीजी मेरा पुणे श्री पंकज तगल पलेवार जी. थैंक यू. Thank you, gentlemen. And now, going ahead, what you have been waiting for the first panel discussion. Are we charged? Yeah, do we feel the sunshine inside? Thank you. Our agenda is the impact of digitalization on power systems and electrical safety, IoT, big data, and AI in energy management. The role of IoT in modern power systems, enhancing grid resilience through digital solutions, data security and privacy challenges in a connected grid, smart sensors and monitoring for electrical safety. हमारे पैनल मेंबर्स हैं, मैं चाहूंगी एक बार उनके लिए तालियां हो जाए. I would like to invite them on the dais. Shri Rajesh Jayachandran, National Sales Manager India, Ellis Electric. Shri Narendra Dwivedi, Executive Director, SAS Powertech P Limited. Dr. Santosh Rajkumar Patni, Deputy Executive Engineer, MSEDCL, Pune. Dr. Geetanjali Vaidya, Electrical Consultant, SAS Powertech P Limited. And Mr. Pulkit Dhingra, Founder and Director, AHA Solar Technologies Limited. और हमारे मॉडरेटर हैं इस पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए श्री इंजीनियर पीके पटनायक जी. एक बार उनके लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. सीनियर जनरल मैनेजर इलेक्ट्रिक, ओडिशा पावर ट्रांसमिशन कॉर्पोरेट लिमिटेड.
Welcome everyone. It's a fine morning, I can say, because the particular topic which was supposed to be discussed today, it is really of an energetic kind of topics, and everyone should be of that way enthralling way to come and have the discussion. I will be just moderating the session. I am PK Patnaik, Senior GM for Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Limited, and with this I ask every panelist to please introduce in a bit.
Hi, good morning. I am Narendra Dwivedi. I represent a company called SAS Powertech Private Limited. I am executive engineer there, executive director there. My career is about 42 years now. I graduated in 1981, and since then I am doing some work or the other in power systems and power electronics. Presently my major role is we use electrical system simulation softwares and create digital twins of existing systems as well as plant systems, analyze them, and then advise our customers based on that. We have a team of about 25 people. We work pan-India as well as outside India. Thank you.
So good morning everyone. So let us celebrate and start the event, Chandrayana 3. So I request everyone to give a big hands for our ISRO scientists, so as make India proud in front of the world crowd. Thank you. See, I am Rajesh Jayachandran from LS Electric India. So LS is basically a LG group of company from South Korea. So they are leading in energy storage solution. So presently the country of Korea, so they are a global leader in energy storage with respect to solar. So I will focus more on energy storage with respect to IoT, AI, ML, so other things in the discussion. Thank you.
Good morning everyone, I am Pulkit Dhingra, founder and director of Solar Technologies Limited. We are comparatively a young company, founded in 2017, and we are working in digitalization of the processes of the solar industry, helping all the stakeholders, whether it's the government and the solar companies, in managing their distributed business, distributed solar business. So we are doing this through our digital platform, apps, and AI-based simulation tools that we have created. So yeah, this is we are doing.
Good morning everyone. Good morning everyone. Last तक आवाज नहीं जा रही है क्या? Good morning everyone. So this is Dr. Santosh Patni from the Asia's biggest utility MECDCL. I represent the Pune zone training division. Safety is our first priority. So would like to discuss many things about safety, the reality at the ground and the think process at the Hyatt. So let us see if we can bring them together on the safety aspect. Thank you.
Good morning. I started my career with the utility. I was with utility for 5 years and Count TV. And after a long career in academics of 33 years, now I am working at SAS Powertech Private Limited. And we are working on the greenfield and brownfield projects for the design optimization, simulation of various projects. And our interests are in electrical safety and power optimization. Thank you.
Yeah, actually it was very immensely to accept the kind of luminaries here, the guest what you have or the panelist what you have. We cannot exactly say so. The speakers, they are all the experts. So before to that, just to take off like Chandrayaan, the preparatory is there. Same like also I will be just addressing to you the total modalities, how it will be taking off. So I'll ask the team to just once again, very good morning. This is the particular topic which basically to be taking off. Just for 1-2 minutes I will be taking here. Impact of digitalization on power system. This is the base panel discussion paper. And if I come to the background, first of all, we are having of this key terminology, key terms we will be getting. One is of digitization. Digitization is nothing but the concept of analog module to go for with a digital way, take it the data mode, that is called the digitization. Digitalization is the application of that. Finally, today what exactly we will be discussing, that is the digital transformation, the series of digitalization to make it in S process so that everyone will be getting the comfort zone and to get all these things in easier mode. That is mainly digital transformation. If I come to the technology, basically to get it supported of all these digitalization, we are having of the IoT, that you know it very well. I am not going to take that one. Our speakers, our panelists, our experts will be talking much about it. Communication is the backbone of all sort of digitalization, that you know it very well. Then in that sense, 4G, 5G, then the 6G may come, and in that way, every data, if it will be available on the process bus or on the process mode, then definitely things will be taken off in correct manner, in a better way. Then IEC 61850, that is the protocol, the interoperable protocol, which will be common to every way, so that it will be connected and all those systems to be again and make connectivity in a proper manner. That also will be the, some of the topic will be covered in this way. Big data technology, this is the big way to consider, because data itself to come, that's all right. But thing is that to make it process, to get available in the reality and to make it of our real process and all, that is the most important area. Nanotechnology sensors, everything is all right. But thing is there are some of the few points, I am just giving one example. Suppose on transformer we are going to have it. We know the external part of the transformer. As per the internal part is concerned, some of the few parameters that get changed. But those parameters, the changeover, what it happens, if we will be keeping some technology which will be like sensors based, then automatically the data will be coming up and we can easily plug and play. And that data will be in the digital mode, digital forum, digital way, and it will be available to each and every workable module, and finally we can work upon it and we can take the monitoring part of it. That is also one of the nanotechnology parts, as an example I told you. Then advanced energy storage, there will be topic today also, it will be covered in the subsequent panel discussions and all. Superconductor is most important area, because you know it very well, the conductors what you have and transmission of line from one place to the other, that causes the losses.
and those losses, it cannot be of managed to get it up way and to acceptable also at this fine moment. That's why we need those things to be covered in terms of the new technology, the super technology. Solid state, smart metering, WAMS with the PMU, wide area monitoring system, pressure monitoring unit. So these are the things will be covered. Like green technology is also the basic topic of today's of few sessions and all. If I come, this application, I'm just giving one example for the grid modernization application. You just see, there are of three different areas. If I just take it in the mythology, we can say the Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. You know, the first part, the generation comes under the Lord Brahma, where it is being generated. Thereafter comes to the Vishnu, then final part comes to the Mahesh. All these area at this point of time, we are having of renewable sources, then conventional sources and all. So that is the area is being considered. And as per this particular area, we call it as a power and energy system layer, there is very least development in the technology, we can say. Is there. The same transformer is there, but it is being considered in a cutting edge principle kind of things are there, but transformer is there. Tower lines are there, something like that. So these are the least kind of development in this area, but the thing is that to make them getting connected each other, that is called the interconnection, that is the most important one. So if I come to this transmission part, which is the important area, because if it will not be connected between the interface of generation and distribution, then things will not go ahead. Things will not go ahead. So that is the important area. Then I can say to the distribution also the another one. If I come, making them everything to get connected and available those data to the workable model, that is the most important area. That comes the digitalization. So digitization, all those analog data to be available, and digitalization is the process or the application of it. What our speakers will be talking about, how like it is managed, in which way it is managed. Some of the few query based things I will be asking for them on the way the show will run. So that is the most important area as per the communication layer is concerned. That is the backbone. Just an example. Suppose you are having of everything, the mobile set, hi-fi mobile set, all these things you have. But that has got no any meaning. Unless otherwise the communication link or communication network, if it is not available, that is just only one of the small box. So similar way, all those are available. But if it will not be communicated or communication will not be there, then the issue will come. So that is the most important one. After being also communicated, that has got also no meaning. Why it is so? Because getting those communication, and if you are just making different modalities, different mechanism, for the easier way to get connected all the people, those are of just in the stakeholders kind of things. So that is also another area which we call the information technology. Communication wise, all those data get available, but information to be made in such a way so that it will be getting ahead and to go for everyone to work upon and at least to get the benefit out of it. So there are three things. One is called the hardware level, which is the first one. We call the power and energy system layer. They are actually least development as far as technology is concerned, but it is there. But to make them, get it connected, handshaking them, coordinated all these things, we need some sort of way that is called the communication. After getting available of all these data, to make all those jugglery and finally to make a kind of mechanism available for your beneficiary's sake, that comes at the information technology. So these three things are most important as far the grid modernization is concerned, or grid technology is concerned, or the power system is concerned. So then it comes the today's discussion as far we call the solar, wind, ocean and all these things. These are coming under the green technology. Everything comes under one and everyone is running after the green technology, that you know it also. I am not going to take much time over it. Now, this is another way which basically it happens so. You can mark it over here. As far this one is concerned, the upper layer is called station level, where actually we are having some equipments. And as far the middle layer is concerned, it is the interconnection. And these are all the layer is of copperless. There is no any copper. If you talk about the process bus, where actually we are having all those hardware equipments, your primary devices, your circuit breaker is there, your disconnector is there, or isolators are there, those are of primary devices.
Again, those primary devices, to get it connected by means of the two parameter that we call the current transformer and voltage transformer. That means the current and voltage, these are the two terminology which basically controls the electrical power. So those things we need also to get available in our digital mode. Current, you know it very well. If when current comes and it gets available in the copper conductor, then that costs the energy. No one interested to get current to go through the copper conductor. But current has to go to this copper conductor. That's why that we call the analog part. So what you have right now, A to D, that means the analog to digital converter is there, digital data will be available, it will be scalable, and those scalable data will be available and to go for the things. If it is being considered in the analog part converted to digital, as per the electrical parameter current and voltage is concerned, then anybody can plug and play. At this time also, I'm just addressing to you, I can control also the Odisha total network. Because that is possible, all those data will be made available with me, so I can plug and play. That is as per the current and voltage is concerned. Second part is concerned as per our data in terms of a binary input. I mean the input kind of things. And those inputs, if I am just bringing, I will develop one controllable logic. After developing that controllable logic, I will just push that data and it will be gone in terms of your digital mode, finally reaching at one of the place, and there what the action is to be needed. Suppose an breaker is to be taken closed, then automatically breaker will be made closed. So this is called binary output, how it will become. So in these three kind of things we have. One I called already of this current and voltage, which are of our sensor parameters, and finally those data will be coming up in terms of your binary input, and that will be converted in terms of binary output. So this is the things which actually one of the total discussions I will be going for. And our discussion outline today is the one which I will be taking up, that is the role of IoT in modern power system. That will be covering up how the IoT helps us to go for the modernization of the power system. Grid resilience, that is the most important kind of things. 2012 national debacle, that you know it very well. We will be discussing also a bit upon it, and from there how we manage the things because of this digitalization, that will cover up. Data security, most important kind of things. Everything is there. But if data will not be secured, will be made available to someone else, someone will be plug and play. So they will be entering to your arena to make this so, and another one of a smart sensor will cover up. So by this I can conclude, and in a way I can say, we are ever ready to make this show run, unless otherwise if attitude will be there to go for the acceptance of the change. If you are not ready to accept the change, then definitely you will be the old timer, and your offsprings will be saying so, Papa ko kuch malum nahi hai. So one of this one is there. If we don't strive for the change, then change may drive us away. With this we will start our panel discussion. Thank you. Okay, so thanks once again. We will start the panel discussion. First of all, one query I am developing over here. Digitalization has become the buzzword for current power professionals. All we know it very well. So can you justify this statement in present Indian context? Duvedji.
My basic experience is on the industrial use and distribution side on the major scale. I can see that your substation automation is happening at so many places, but ground reality is very bad. I mean, awareness amongst people, and all EMS systems sold today are just generating some history. I mean, whatever is getting logged only people see at times. People do not know what is supposed to be, what to do with that data and what data to collect. So all that's the reality at present from user side. I mean, wherever the electricity is actually getting consumed. Yes, definitely some training and other things will definitely help in doing all that. Just to create, more enthusiasm amongst audience. On the other note, let us have a big round of applause for ourselves. Yesterday was an Engineers Day. which, so all of us, we are engineers here, and let us make best use of the knowledge and experience we have for the, society in general. Digitization, yes, it will definitely take, according to me, it has to start right from design stage. Presently in India, 70 to 80% designs are governed by thumb rules and copy pasting type of designs. We are not even ready to pay for a license of AutoCAD. Forget about, having good protocols and all. I am talking about 60-70%. 30% are anyway, corporates and all are going ahead. But the rest of the places, it's a problem. So a lot of training and awareness will be required to basically, go into whatever we have started with for this panel discussion.
So you mean to say so that in Indian context we are now exactly not ready, but we will be making people to get ready of accepting this digitalization?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I will just coming to Madam. Madam, please just add few lines related to this.
Just now we have seen in the morning presentation that renewable energy capacity target is around 500 gigawatt. If you consider the present scenario in our country, it is less than, the installed capacity itself is less than 500 gigawatt, and the renewable is around 40%. And when these renewable energy sources and distributed energy sources, they are increasing, and they are targeted to increase beyond this conventional sources so as to cut down the carbon and all this, we have to take into account the controllability, the variable nature and the intermittent nature of the renewable energy sources, and the controllability aspect is very important here. And at the same time, this energy storage devices and advanced energy storage devices, they are also increasing, so they are acting as a spring. However, the coordination between these two will need the digitalization.
I am sorry to interrupt you in between. Basically, we are now, the audience also need to listen whether we are ready or not. The kind of things are already the buzzword and everyone is just...
I don't know, means we have to be ready. We are ready or not, we have to be ready for that. And see, we know, it is started since long. In 2011, the India Smart Grid Forum was formed so as to create the new, with the mission and the vision to form the advanced grid, new grid, newer grid, and newer grid, which will incorporate all these aspects. So we have to be for that. But one more thing, I just want to point out here that rather than this, we must concentrate on the base level also, root level also, because still in our country, more than 15,000 villages are unelectrified. They are not electrified, and we need to concentrate on this only. We were talking today morning that IEEE is taking efforts in the direction of a smart village, and so we need to concentrate on that aspect as well.
Yeah. So, Patni Sahab, actually, one of this point, and we need a focused answer from your side. Basically, this digitalization, the one everyone wants and everyone also ready. So, what is your comments upon it?
Digitalization is a need of an hour, but first, both of my previous speaker have put a light on the point that ground reality is very different than what we discuss in an AC room, sitting and talking about sustainability in an AC room. So first and foremost thing, I, Madam and Dwivediji, we are working in a common thought. So first and foremost thing, I will suggest that every study person should first start with the knowing the ground reality. Now digitalization, in terms of utility, we are ahead in that. MSCDCL was the first utility to launch the mobile app and to collect the mobile numbers. A huge number of consumer base is with MSCDCL, highest in the Asia, about 3 crore. So out of that, almost 2.1 crore consumers mobile number we have collected. That is a sort of digitalization. We are using it for the messaging and all that. Ultimately, we are talking about the end user. So it will be required. But along with that, many things, as Dwivediji sir pointed out, training is required. Nobody is at the ground is prepared or is aware about what is happening in the power sector. Rightly pointed out by Madam, we are talking about 500 gigawatt of solar, and current installed capacity is of 423 gigawatt. which was only 1362 megawatt at the time of independence. So round of applause for the power sector. As he has congratulated the ISRO scientist, as a power sector person, we also deserve a round of applause because 310 times growth in the power sector. That is a main thing. The other side is, but when we talk about 500 gigawatt renewable, what is our MD? It is only 223 gigawatt. So these things also should be considered. Digitalization will be there. It is required for better planning, for better data analysis, even in the other aspects of the utility.
Okay, so actually your point is to say that basic need of the way to go for this training session and to make awareness of each and everyone so that things will be going in a better manner. Dhingra Sahab, actually you just add few points, very focused way.
So digitalization, if we talk about on the ground and the acceptability in the public, the COVID has created a very drastical shift in this acceptance, not only in the energy sector, but also overall as a behavior of a human. The people who were not comfortable using mobile apps for even opening a website, now they are easily doing a payment. And that too in 3 seconds.
Yes.
So now as we are also a tech company and we were operating we started before COVID. In the initial days when we were giving the solution to the solar companies that there is a solution that you can manage your business more efficiently, and then the acceptance was why I need, there's already an Excel is there. But in the last couple of years now what we are seeing, the people are asking why it is taking 1 minute to carry out this analysis, why it is not happening in 30 seconds.
That means you mean to say so that it has already been percolated and people are ready to accept it, and people are also always to go for that. Everything should be coming in digitalization, because Honorable Prime Minister also has got this Digital India package is there. So with this actually I will be coming to Jayachandran Sahab. Please add your voice.
Okay, see, just I'm trying to conclude this point. The present generation who are in the real field, so we have knowledge issue. So we know what, but we are not implementing. But what is required? That today 8th standard student, 9th standard student, 10th standard student, their knowledge level, their learnings on IoT is much better than our knowledge. So we have a practical knowledge. So we learn by our experience. So we are trying to learn. But the present young generation has to be, the near future generation has to be thought in a such way with all your experience. So that will give the great edge for India, like Chandrayaan 3 success. So that will give a great edge for India to become the country of digitalization. So everything is there, it's not closed. So it's our responsibility to close the loop with our experience. That's my note, sir.
Great. Actually, on your point, I am just again coming to you. Basically, we just started that the IoT is the kind of things which makes the way forward. So, are you ready to the adoption to IoT based modern power system? Basically, you have to give your answer in terms of substation automation and SCADA.
See, this IoT has started in the ground level. So India as a country, a lot of electronics and communication engineer, electrical engineer. So with the adaptation of internet technology, so we are the students doing IoT from 1980s. That is the fact. So then VLSI has come into the picture. Then embedded system has come into the picture. So IoT is nothing but basis embedded system. So adding with the 3G or a 4G, 5G LoRa on the top, it gives a complete IoT solution. One important point is today the country's high level knowledge of IT, information technology. So when it comes to the solution for SCADA, for HMI or PLC, so we are the only people. So when it comes to electrical, when it comes to electronic, so our experience is what has to be transferred into an IoT. Again, I am concluding with the same point. So like sir, so like other people, you all senior people, so has to create a forum for the country. That is more important. So with that kind of forum guiding the young engineers, so India can do wonder in IoT.
Yeah, please.
I just wanted to add something. sorry for initiating this discussion on a negative note. Let me add a positive example also. About 4 years back, I had attended a ETAP conference in USA, and the biggest presentation was from an Indian utility called Noida Electricity Board Distribution Company, which is only a 400 square kilometer distribution company, but they have gone in for online ETAP package with ETAP hardware also. You know what they did after doing all that was, there was huge, see, whenever the power fails or other there is a fault in the system, even utilities also at loss, because they have to pay for their demand and they lose their revenue as well. So this system, when they implemented for their entire distribution system, what they found was there are about 60, normal 80-20 rule. I mean, there was about 75% area which was giving, 20% area which was giving them 70% of the revenue. So they could analyze from where the supply can be given to those stations, and whatever budgets were not getting approved earlier, they could immediately prove on paper that, you know, there will be only 2 months payback if they had some switch gears there. And all that was implemented, and they were felicitated for first time using American technology in the world, and that was an Indian utility. So I have witnessed that. This is a positive side of it as well.
No, actually whenever IoT kind of things we basically do discuss, it has got the positive impact, because whenever we visit also the exhibitions basically taken by these school going people, and we found also get excited of exactly and entering to that arena and also asking number of queries to them, how you made it and all these things. So basically this particular point I wanted to ask to ma'am also. Ma'am, actually this is, I'm talking about the substation automation way with the power system. IoT has come up and we need to go for how it is to be getting adoption towards the power system base. Specific answer you just give, because the things are to the power system related kind of things.
You mean substation automation?
Yes,
How should
yes.
we proceed for
Yes.
substation automation? See, there are various standards that you have mentioned in your presentation as well. Substation automation has to go in phases. That is, and it has started already at different places. That is replacement of the conventional meters by the smart meters. And in Puducherry, under one project, 1600 smart meters have been installed in India. You were asking about the status in India as well.
Yes.
So we are becoming ready, and even for substation automation also, it will happen in phases. Different phases means communication technologies, IEDs, that is intelligent electronic devices will get implemented, but it is very difficult to replace the conventional infrastructure at one instant by completely automated one, and therefore it will happen in phases. I think Patni sir will reflect more light on that, because a person from the utility, but whatever as per my knowledge, it will happen in phases. That is, in 1997 there were no meters on DTC, distribution transformer. Conventional meters were installed on DTC, and now today morning only Pawar sir mentioned that many smart meters are being installed at the utility side also. So it is going to happen in phases. Even if you consider the
But
substation
anyway,
automation.
actually already we are well into that particular
Yes,
kind
yes.
of concept,
Yeah,
and
we are
ready to accept
into
also
that
in one
phase.
angle. So Patni sahab, actually I'll be coming to you and considering about the standard or the protocol what exactly ma'am just generated. We are having the protocol, IC 61850 protocol, basically to consider all these things and all. That is the backbone for our digital substations. So what are those issues right now? Because you are from utility side, you can just keep the way. What are those issues and what is the best solutions right now we have?
First of all, you talked about the issues. So, yes, AMI is the part of the new RDSS scheme which sir mentioned. Advanced metering infrastructure will be the future, what madam was telling. So, we can see in near future, we will have a entire AMI system available. But the issues in the utility is the existing old things, replacing them with new is a big thing, because for, if you talk about MNCDCL, which is the biggest in terms of the network, for converting everything as a smart, 11 lakh kilometer is the circuit length, 25,000 is the number of feeders, 5,000 is the number of substation. So if we really want to make them smart or the AMI based, it is a big task. Implementation will be a tough challenge, but in a phase manner it will happen. my suggestion would be to the industry, when we are coming with new automatic things, the schemes like RDSS, you should ask the regulator or the government for your participation while designing the schemes. Because now as a utility person, I am designing the RDSS. I have been given a quota of 5,000 crores for the Pune zone, if suppose. So my thinking pattern will be what we are going through last 20-30 years. So if a new substation concept comes in the same range of the cost or with some addition, but for with better availability or facilities.
No, actually, are you finding any problem during the transition?
No, what the problem is that my people are not, the ground people are not trained, what Dwivedi sir was telling, because what is happening in the industry is not with my everybody. So the new technology or the new possible solutions are not there. That is why we all are trying to work in tandem. In Pune, we have started a knowledge sharing concept with 35 engineering colleges, when all the faculties from the institutes are working together with MSCDCL. We are also trying to give the real knowledge to the students and the faculties, and we are getting the support. So we are in the right direction, but it will take time.
Yeah, Jayachandran Saab, have you got any experience relating to this, exactly the kind of issues and solutions?
So World Economic Forum has started awarding Lighthouse Factory. So what is Lighthouse Factory? The complete plans runs on AI, ML, big data platform. So the world is going in this direction. So for this kind of product perspective, if you closely observe India, lot of sensor manufacturing companies have started coming. So once that kind of started coming to India, definitely right from the basic, the data capturing with all this kind of protocol. Again, I'm telling, when it comes to sensor, when it comes to protocol, with respect to the end user, so not on the power station side, I'm not having much experience on the power station side. So when it comes to the end user side, yes, the industry is gearing up, so infrastructure is gearing up.
Yeah, that's point. Dwivedi sir, actually one more point, basically the process bus, the technology has come up and people are talking about and well accepted of kind of things coming, 9-2 LE things are coming up. So what do you feel, whether we should go for those things in a certain leap or we should go for in a...
See, I can probably talk about what corporates are doing at present on this. Whenever Indian corporate thinks about going in for new technologies, see, they always will have veterans with them. Part of them may be trained, part of them may not be trained for the new technology. So there is a trend these days that, recruit a team of about 20-30 people, depending upon size of your organization at corporate level, who have good exposure to the new technology, and start implementing from them, and design a system in such a way that those last mile people will have to probably do what they were doing earlier, but with good availability of data. So this is a generic statement what I am trying to make, but maybe utilities also will have to go in for these kind of revolutions if they want to adopt this otherwise technology is changing so fast that if we go by our present speed, by the time we finish last implementation, the technology would have gone 10 years ahead. So it will happen like our road infrastructures. We plan it for 5 today with some traffic congestion. By the time we finish the project, the congestion goes 2 times of what it was planned for. So we are always behind. So this kind of a thing is possible, and academics can probably see these are ultimately this has to start from design stage. Whatever you do, and for that electrical engineers, I'll repeat, electrical engineers will have to understand that it is mathematics. Everything is related to vector technology. It is absolutely not simple as to दो screw लगाओ एक wire यहाँ से वहाँ गया और electricity गया. 99% of the people at various stages are thinking it that way. All your networks have impedances. They are complex impedances. Technologies which are coming through big data and AI and ML are going to analyze it from vector side, not from direct KWR reading. That way IoT was there in electrical industry since its beginning. CTPT was developed long back. What has come in between is only digitization, rather communication. Communication was lagging earlier, whereas IoT was already existing in electrical engineering. So this strategy, if we try to follow, which some leading corporates which are in contact with us and we are doing some work for them are following right now. You see a very young blood there, CEO, executive assistant will be aged at about 31, 32, MBA from a good university and engineer. He will have all that enthusiasm. If enough, I won't call it powers, but enough decision making, if it is given to him, he can really transform the things and adopt new technologies. That is possible.
Yeah, you are correct. But thing is that again we are coming back to bit 2012. Whenever 2012 debacle was there in the Indian power sector, can we consider that was the kickstart towards the digitalization process because we just found something and got learned out of it and all?
Probably if you take case of America, even it started in America with a debacle. So automation in power distribution, it has to have some trigger. It cannot be only pressure from technology manufacturers who will try to sell some technology. There has to be a necessity also. So it has definitely started. I can see power grid substations now which if you enter, you feel as if they are data centers. They are not like normal substations. So it is possible, but it must have been started because of that. I have not tracked that progress since 2012, but necessity was definitely there since then.
No, actually, we felt it, that digitalization is to be needed because during that time it was the issue of not getting those data and to revive back was the issue. So right now we are entering towards the PMU farms and all, so that is also helping us to get to know that where exactly the people are urging the disturbances and all. During those days it was the case that some issue resulted and they did not enter to the rule regulations or the kind of laws. Finally it entered towards the total blackout. But still what I hope, that is also one of the points.
A small point, if you allow me, I would like to make is digitalization also should lead to asset management. Entire electrical distribution systems, the asset investments is so huge. And all your current signature tracing and all is definitely going to help as far as asset management is concerned. So help should be taken from that, and AI and ML can have a very user-friendly interface after analyzing the data. And so all that can start any time and should start immediately.
Yeah, you are correct. Actually, Dhingra Sahab will be coming to a point. Basically, we are now talking, and I also expressed in my presentation relating to the modernization grid and smart grid and all. So what is the roadmap we should have in the Indian context as far as this smart grid is concerned? Are we ready for this assignment?
So smart grid, if we say, I would, based on my personal experiences and the industry that we are seeing, we are not still that ready for the entire smart grid, though the microgrids can make the roadmap and be the stones that can join to make the entire grid smart. So microgrid in the morning when we started, Sir was telling about the microgrids. So microgrids can be a very important part of creating the entire grid smart. So because these are the small things, if we talk about making a society as a microgrid, then society will be clubbed to a colony, and then the city, and then the entire grid can be taken up. So as of now, I don't think that it's still we are in that phase, but we are definitely moving towards it, and in the near future, and the way the technologies are changing, so we might achieve that target much before that is anticipated.
Yeah, correct. Actually, one more important point also we will be discussing before concluding and all. First of all, there is a thing you must be knowing, the concept comes the digital twin. And that digital twin plays the most important role sometimes of validating towards the design aspects and all, and also safety aspects and all. So Patni Sahab, actually this will be quite helpful to add upon relating to the how it will be helpful for safety concept.
Safety concept, first of all, we have to start with the awareness creation, because whatever high we talk here, the ground reality, once again I'll reiterate that we have to create the awareness. As a utility, we have been using the digital platform for safety creation. safety awareness creation. First time in India it happened that we have collected the email IDs and the mobile numbers of the consumers. 39 lakh emails have been sent to the consumers about the electrical safety. So we are trying our best into that. Just like a phishing email we get from the bank about the phishing awareness. First time as a utility we started. So looking forward for such new things for creating the awareness through the digital and IoT platforms.
Yeah, great. Actually, the way this, we must not conclude before extending your comments upon digital twins.
See, digital twins are going to help as far as proper working of the systems is concerned, as well as for safety. Because anything which is already logged and what is happening right now and what could happen in future can come through big data and AI and ML, and based on that safety can definitely be improved. But digital twins will have to be created. As of now, I am not aware. I mean, so many utilities we are talking to, but people are not really ready to spend on that. And then again, we were talking since morning about L1 and so many things. So L1 is getting replaced by reverse auction now. I mean, all that is creating a big mess as far as procurement is concerned from good people. So digital twins will definitely help. They should be implemented, I feel, even at a smaller stage level of maybe a 100 MVA substation. Even there it is created and revenue targets can be given to the operators. It will help. So digital twins are going to stay.
Actually, before concluding, I will be giving you one of the new concept has come up also. People are working upon it, that we call the virtual protection. And you must be knowing that virtual protection is limited to a particular grid substation, not like that. Right now, people are thinking of that to the total organization. You mean to say, the one which you have studied in our academia, kind of things, the differential relay, then backup relay, then distance protection relay, all these relays will not be there. I think it's a bit difficult to accept such kind of concept, but already it has been started. How like it is so? Everything will be in the digital mode. Once we are getting those digital data, we will develop the algorithm, logical base. Finally, on decision will come just for taking those final output for outage of the corresponding circuit breaker or corresponding system and all. You just imagine, if it happens so, what will be the revolution? That means there will be no any kind of hardware. But it is a bit difficult to accept it, but still we mean to say so that that is also the future what's supposed to come up, the virtual kind of things. Already what it has been considered in terms of the small word we call the AI, but things are also taken up in the protection. Protection bit difficult to accept, but still people are ready to go for in that way. So we will be concluding in 1 minute. Actually, it's a nice kind of things of having the great discussion relating to this digital and digitalization. And I expect also everyone to please work upon and also educate your people downstream, so that at least as per the India, we can have the best, nation, and also the kind of things which will be in the way to get hub in the world forum and all. So with this we conclude. Thank you all. Over to ma'am.
We would also be taking questions. Thank you. So we will allow 4 questions per session. I would request our audience here, if you have questions, please raise your hand up. Please. Mic runner. There. Second table there.
Hi, I am Rajen Srivastav. I hope I am audible. During this panel discussion, I came to know various things being developed or being thought about is about the power systems basically. But what is the system or process we are going to implement at the last level of the energy consumption? That is, like in my house, whatever energy I am consuming, now if I don't know how to wire the various rooms in the house, how the earthing is to be done, and what is the leakage in my system. So this advanced metering infrastructure and smart metering system, will they take care of these type of requirements, or whether this will be ignored like that.
We just started.
When you talk about the house wiring in the basics, it is not the purview of the DISCOM because we are supposed to deliver the power up to meter. But definitely as a consumer, we are trying to educate them along with the things. Everywhere my angle is to create the awareness because I feel energy literacy is very low in our country. So whatever you are talking, as per as MSDC's point of view, till meter the smart metering will work. Beyond that, it is consumer's role. We will create the awareness for that.
Thank you. I think it will be a good idea to have a meter which will tell the consumer itself that what is the problem in your system.
So it is a good thing to design a good pattern-based product for the industry. Let us think on it.
Thank you.
I think this is a very good idea. A lot of people can get help out there.
Yeah, one more question, please.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, rather than question, I have a comment to make. My name is Professor Sachin Silar, and as Patni sir said that there is a funding, there is a meters available, but the training is missing. So as a academia, we can join with industry and utility and have a short-term courses. Like our college has recently become autonomous, so we can design courses and we can have a...
Sir, any queries? You have got any queries?
No, I wanted to give this comment so that some discussion can be.
So any queries are there, please? Any other queries?
So we now do one question, 4 is allowed per session. Please make use of this time. There. Thank you. Mic runner, please.
I am Vikram Shendge from Kanchantel Infra Engineers Private Limited. I am founder director of this company. My question is to MSc DCL. Is they are using big data or IoT technology for their asset management as per the what Mr. Dwivedi said. They are using just to send messages that how this much time the power will be down. This is the only use right now MSCDCL is using to as a digital data to just send messages, nothing else. They don't have any database of their assets or inventory, that the aging of the transformers and aging of the utilities, like in substations they have breakers, the aging, what when that breakers are installed and what is the quality of the service they are providing. Should MSCDCL is thinking about using data to enhance their inventory?
We are already using SAP system for the asset management. Whatever you are talking about the previous old data, we are trying to work on it through the, whatever Shelar sir was mentioning, through the MOU policy. We are trying to give some insight on that point. But we already have a register policy because we are a old government kind of organization. So earlier we used to have a physical record. So that we have asset register we already have. And in the SAP system we are covering the asset as per your thing. Yes, this system is only used for the communication with the consumers right now, but in future it will be taken care.
Thank you. Any more questions? You can raise your hand up.
No, actually, I will add also the MSCDCL also. I will add one more thing. Kind of suggestions what you extended here, that is actually available in the market. The kind of solutions is there. Even also you are also part of that particular one solution provider to that. The question is that all solutions, all digitalization, all the things what morning till now we are discussing, everything is available. But whether we are ready in one aspect, and other aspect very particularly, pertinently just mentioned over here, we are actually just running through the government policies. Whenever we are going for the government policies and entering to the arena of the new things to get adopted, then we must have to deck convincing and also to get abide by those pathway. Because some of the pathways, as already told, L1 kind of things are there. Still, we are not ready to just remove that particular L1 kind of thing. So all solutions are available. But question is that it will take time. For that sake, awareness is needed. If I am correct.
Correct. Hello, this is Avatar Patel. I just wanted that if MSCDCL is adopting digitalization and all, so my request and my query is when MSCDCL can go paperless, like the things that proceed for the different renewable energy permissions and all.
We are trying to make it more and more paperless. It will take time. Huge number of things are related to it. As a big utility, I know most of here all the questions were with the utility things because everybody is concerned with that. Sir, being a government utility, always there are some issues. First is the big size, policy decisions, then the finances. Finance is a major concern area. We have to run the show with 70,000 crores of arrears. So whatever technology is available, everything is very good. That is why I started my discussion with the ground reality and the talks in the AC hotels. So we will be doing it. It will take time, but we are on that right track. I know your concern is about the paperless things in the solar industry. We are trying. As a solar nodal officer in Pune zone, I have prepared a flow chart. Rahul and all other are there. They have supported us. We are trying it, but it will take some time because, as I told, my work areas are very different. My first area of work is providing 24/7 services. Second is recovering the amount, and then moving ahead. So all these things are the collaterals with the basic function. So we are also trying to do the things. It will be done.
All right, thank you.
So good things take time, big changes take time. One last question. Thank you, sir, for addressing the queries. Do we have one last question? Okay, I cannot see any hands, so let's conclude this session.
If you have 1 minute, I'll just add one thing. Same example which I told you about conference in US. There when they appraised and they praised whatever was done by Noida State Electricity Board, I immediately rose my hand and I told them that, I have a utility in my state which is 100 times bigger than this. And when they thought that, it is a single utility is catering to more than 3 crore consumers, they were all stunned. 5 minutes there was no discussion in the hall at all. So we have to always see to it that, they have that task also. That is the biggest task. All rest of the things are going to follow, and I don't think there is a problem from government policies also, because they are changing relatively quite fast now. May not be the way we think about them, but I always try to support them, because it's a big task. It's a big task, and it runs right from Kulaba to a town of 100 or 200 houses. So this kind of a situation never exists.
Actually, I will take in a lighter pen. Whether do you feel that India people have got Jugaad technology for which it is getting managed?
At times that also helps, in a 100 houses town, if you have a power failure and if there is a person who is sick and he has to be given some treatment, even Jugaad technology also helps. Unless and until that is there, if you stick to all books, then that person might lose his life. So
I just need 30 seconds.
I'm not talking about Dr. Munna. I'm talking about a case where, he puts on the light by something or the other. Yeah, correct. That was in Three Idiots, not in Munna Bhai.
He acknowledged Munna Bhai as doctor. So please, 30
last
seconds.
30 seconds. If we talk about managing the 100 people, if it goes to 200, the organizer will be in trouble suddenly. Think positively about the utility. 3 crore consumers, 70,000 employees, along with the RTIs and the public litigations and the regulatory bodies and the CAG and all that. So L1 policy is India's logic. So if you have to think about it, it is a long way to go.
please try to appreciate whatever is happening, because if 23 hours supply is there, somebody is working. Don't think about whatever the 1 hour there is no supply. Please try to appreciate the 23 hours work. Thank you very much.
So I would like to add to the point which Mr. Patel just raised. So we really appreciate the work that utilities are doing to providing 24/7 electricity, and in the last decade across India, that power situation has really improvised, and 24/7 electricity is in almost all the parts of the country. But as a renewable, and this is also a new sector which is developing, so the main job that utility is doing is of managing electricity. So they can also explore the opportunity of doing the public and private partnership, and getting the ideas from the industries, and the new startups are also there that can also help in making the things move much faster than what we do in the traditional government ways. This is why
I'll not talk anything now.
Sir, हम ये discussions ना off the table भी कर सकते हैं, हमारे पास और भी
Yeah,
होते
so
हैं.
I'm just concluding.
Thank you.
I'm just concluding. The way
नायक जी.
No, just of concluding all these things. Actually, this was one of the very interesting, and also the one which basically comes up, and everyone is about to just to speak something extra, and really interesting kind of things. This one I can say that it was an enthralling session. So thanks all. So thank you all the speakers, and thanks ma'am also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll request Mr. Patnaik to please honor and felicitate our panel discussion members here. I would like to begin with Mr. Rajesh Jayachandran. Sir, we acknowledge your presence here, and we would like to appreciate all the words and knowledge you've imparted. Patnaik ji Rajesh ji को सम्मानित करेंगे. श्री नरेंद्र द्विवेदी जी का भी हम धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे. Dr. Santosh Rajkumar Patni, sir, thank you so much for addressing a lot of questions. We appreciate you being here, Dr. Yutanjali Vaidya. Thank you so much. And Dhingra Saab, thank you so much for adding your valuable comments here and being a member of our panel here. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, sir. अब क्योंकि मैं समय की पहरेदार हूं तो मैं ज्यादा समय ले नहीं सकती. जल्दी जल्दी चलते हैं पैनल डिस्कशन 2 की तरफ. That is overcoming barriers to solar adoption, policy, financing and public perception. The agendas and points of discussion here are analyzing the impact of government policies on solar adoption, discussing innovative financing mechanisms for residential, commercial and industrial solar projects, strategies for raising public awareness about the benefits and feasibility of solar adoption, discussing advancements in solar technology that addresses efficiency, storage and grid integration, understanding the role of cultural, economic and geographical factors in shaping solar policies and perceptions, green open access, GOA. हमारे पैनल मेंबर हैं, एक बार इनके लिए तालियां हो जाए. मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी श्री अशोक कुमार सिंह जी को, प्रेसिडेंट सोलर नोवासिस ग्रीन एनर्जी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. Mr. Rahul Nalwari, MD and CEO, Swayam Urja Renewable Energy Private Limited. Mr. Ronak Motian, Founder Director, Kalpa Power Private Limited. Mr. Dipen Patel, Managing Director and Founder, PV Module Division, Green Brilliance Renewable Energy LLP, and Mr. Sudhir Budhe, Project Consultant for Solar Projects. हमारे इस डिस्कशन के मॉडरेटर हैं डॉक्टर प्रशांत खानखोजे, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर A to Z एनर्जी. एक बार तालियां हो जाए. This is a 40 minutes panel discussion. Thank you so much. Over to our moderator.
Thank you, organizer, for giving us in time. So I think we are short of time. We are already delayed. So the organizer has put something in my ear that to conclude it as fast as possible before the people get moving on their chairs and want to go out. So without wasting much time, let us start. I am Dr. Prashant Khankhoje. I am working in energy field from last 36 years, and I am also advisor on Independent Power Producer Association, also a chairman to Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce Energy Committee. So we'll start with the panel discussion, and the first question you can introduce yourself and then answer, so that we can we can share one round of unnecessarily moving the mics around. So as concluded in the last session about the policy and the government sector, and some people wanted to corner Mr. Dr. Patni, the MSRDC is not doing anything. But then as a policy, because electricity is a concurrent subject, central government and state government both are working in hand to make this happen. Now just remember the solar sector which is happening, or for RA sector in India. Say in 1985-86 when the wind energy first was introduced, and then particularly in Maharashtra when it started in 94-95, and solar which came in 10 years ago, and we were moving from solar sector 25 crores per megawatt to 3.5 or 4 crores per megawatt. We are moving from tariff of 19 rupees to 2 rupees. So the policy somewhere it is happening. So everybody is aware that policy something is happening somewhere, and the stakeholders, as we in the last panel discussed, we have solar developers, we have investors, we have DISCOM, we have regulatory commission, and all these people, we expect that then they are in synchronous working with each other, but unfortunately it is not happening. So that's why most of the policies are not implemented as and when they are announced. So I'm moving in this direction on the impact on policies. We can start from you. What do you think, how are the policies? And one question which I would like to answer, that which is the state currently in India has the best policy for solar? And what is the impact of policies in Maharashtra? These two questions after the introduction, you can answer on the impact of policies being introduced in India.
Hello. Hi. Good morning, everyone. I am Ronak Muthian. I am the director at Kalpa Power. We are a Pune-based solar EPC company. Glad to be among friends and colleagues and a lot of known faces on the panel. So, firstly, being in Maharashtra, I would like to say that Maharashtra definitely has one among the best consumer base available. So we'll talk about Maharashtra coming on a little later. But in terms of policies, as Prashant sir asked about which state has the most, I would say, forward-looking policy if there was one. So I don't see any state in a federal structure really trying to pull ahead further than one or another. Because eventually we are all governed by certain central guidelines, either coming from CERC or Forum of Regulators, or a CA or an MNRE or an MOP on policy. What really changes is the attitude towards implementation and execution. So I would genuinely like to give kudos to states like Tamil Nadu, TSSPDCL, Delhi, be it Rajdhani or BSES Yamuna, where their execution is excellent. And I would definitely like to even say on Maharashtra, we have seen a great amount of change, especially in terms of safety, which I believe we are one among the lead states who inculcates safety on every execution step possible. Yes, there is a lot room to improve, and that's not a bad thing, but I think when it comes to safety, or when it comes to really talking about the electrical grid as a whole, and not just about promotion of solar without understanding the impacts in the grid, I believe Maharashtra's policy is very balanced for sure. So that's sort of my outlook.
Thank you, Ronak. Move to Mr. Sudhir.
I am Sudhir Budhe from Nagpur. I am actually associated with the area, All India Renewable Energy Association, as a consultant. At the same time, I am an independent solar consultant and a solar activist. Coming to his question, which is the best, according to me, I am proud of my own policy, Maharashtra policy, because if you see it, if you go point to point, like the maximum capacity which is available for connection under net metering, what is in other states versus what is there in Maharashtra, if you compare other points, I think in so many places, whatever policy MERC has implemented for Maharashtra are better. Now, I fully appreciate with this point where when it comes to implementation, we definitely have a lot of scope for improvisation, and we are really thankful to NSCDCL. Now they have definitely taken this solar as a serious subject, and the mechanism of sanction and implementation is slowly improving, but it is definitely improving, and there is a good support from top officers. What comes at the ground level, all of us we know, so we need not discuss in open forum, but I am sure it is improving and it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhir. Movement to Dipen. Hello. Yeah, good morning everyone. I am Dipen Patel, the Managing Director of Green Brilliance Renewable Energy. We are into manufacturing of solar PV modules. Coming to sir's question regarding which state has the best policy, I would like to answer it in a twofold manner. If I look at the C&I division, then I think Maharashtra has one of the best policies, because my customers in Maharashtra, they are mainly catering to the C&I division, and there is a lot of uptake of the modules of my customers there. Another part is regarding the residential sector, but I would like to differentiate that I think Gujarat has one of the best policies for residential sectors, because nearly 2.5 gigawatt of installation has been done in past 3 to 4 years for residential sector only. But definitely I think now Maharashtra is picking up, and I am really thankful that now residential sector has slowly opened up for Maharashtra also. Thank you. Thank you, Dipin. Move to Rahul.
Yeah, good morning everyone. I am Rahul Nalode, CEO at Panama Renewable Energy Group, and in fact after serving the industry for 22 years now, and since worked in the various domains of the renewable energy, especially into OEM, wind turbine manufacturing side, IPP side, and then the EPC side of the sector, I thought of starting my own venture this year. So probably mine will be the most engaged organization over here, which is Swayam Urja Renewable Energy, and we are basically the navigators to the business owners and entrepreneurs. I am also a guest lecturer at Pune University, and in fact encouraging and creating awareness to the young entrepreneurs and the young minds. So yes, as far as the policy part is concerned, definitely most of the time people say what is the policy framework, or what is the gist and importance of the policy. I would say for any of the business owner, most of the time it is a debate whether it is the engine or fuel, but I would always say that policy framework is always a direction. And as far as the policy framework of Government of India, Government of Bharata, and then the Government of Maharashtra is concerned, yes, we do have various transformation stage we have seen during last 20 or more than 2 decades, right, Prashant sir? During our earlier days, whatever we have seen, the first time the open access regulation was revised in the year of 2003, and now the green open access regulation after 20 years. It took more than 2 decades to come from that stage of open access regulation for the majority or the major industries to
the level of 100 kilowatt and above. And yes, it is improvising, it is improving, and it is supporting and helping business owners and the complete ecosystem to run their business. And yes, there are some areas of improvement in the policy framework also, which along with the utility boards, regulators, we are always giving them feedback and conducting various rounds of meetings with the nodal agencies. And yes, with this kind of audience, wherever there are inputs and views from all of you, it will be taken into consideration at least to send that message to the utility board, to the regulator, and to the MNRE level. Thank you.
Ashok Kumarji from your point of view.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Ashok Kumar Singh. I am working with Novasys as president for solar business. We are into module manufacturing, having 500 megawatt annual manufacturing capacity right now. And I have been in this field for around 20 years now, in the solar field. So as I understand, I have seen the solar was just limited to only lamp and street lights. Today, there are sea changes in this segment actually. And any process, any program is policy driven. It is not only solar. So solar is also policy driven. And government had taken initiative time to time on policies, and it is from the center, and then has been given to the states from CRC to MERC or different energy regulation committee to the states. It is definitely there has been hurdle because adoption is slow process. Some state is can advance in the technologies, maybe more on the education front is far ahead than some other states. So there has those things are the hurdle areas in adoption of the solar. That is what I feel. Gujarat has been very friendly in the policy adoption, whether it is CNA segment or open access, and definitely Maharashtra. Even you can see the Rajasthan. I am very sorry to say that Rajasthan has been far ahead today in the solar implementation. Maharashtra, I would say, were the first after Karnataka in solar sector. The far ahead than any other states. But when the policy came, I would say in 2009 for open access and maybe rooftop net metering systems and all, there was a hurdle maybe in understandings or maybe I would say rather on commercial point of views. I have been attended so many programs with the MSCDCL also. But today I find a lot of changes, see changes in their adoption also. And a lot of things are going on in the solar sectors. So I really thank all the segments, all the states are adopting the solar very fast. Thank you.
Thank you, panelist. Moving on further, whenever the new technology started, many people who are academics and who are technical experts, they start talking about the technology. Wind energy started with solar energy. But somehow of late, the solar sector implementation or the solar development in India has become a financial model than a technical model. And it has been accepted by everyone, and initially also policy they were having some incentive being given, whether it is a sales tax incentive or whether it is an accelerated depreciation point of view. So on the financial matter, how I will ask any one of the panelists who is expert in financial matter to comment on that. How do you think the technology is taking a backside and the financial thing is coming up front, and the major decisions are being taken on financial model rather than the technical solar model? And because it is happening, it's a way of life. Even if you are thinking the IPL, the cricket match, nobody is talking about the expertise in batting and bowling. It has become how much money they are putting in, how much money they are earning. So it's a part of life. So similarly for solar, how a financial driven business can go up and the technical expert has to take a backseat, because last time we were more on technical. And that has assumed that technical is thing, everything is available, and financial thing is the most important factor to drive.
So probably I am sitting at the right place because I have a master's in electrical engineering with a thesis in solar and a master's in economics, so I can talk about why finance matters. I don't want to, I think everyone agrees that finance matters, but very honestly, when we come to thinking about anything related to infrastructure, be it roads, be it dams, be it cities, be it power, right, water supply, you can only work when finance works right, because these are heavy capital projects. I think there are model manufacturers here who started talking about 25 years warranty. 25 years is actually a number based on what makes economic sense, not based on what is the life of the module. Now they started then extending to 27, then they have now extended to 29, some manufacturers have gone to 30. So finance will continue playing an important role. I believe that over the last 3 years for sure, I think the banks have really caught on fast. As in, I've been attending such sort of events for a better part of 5 years. I think, Rahul, we've been here for 5 years now. I think this is the first time we're having 2 banks in this seminar. So that itself speaks about the contribution from banks coming into really aggressively looking up to finance or promote solar. A lot of it is to do with sustainable development goals, COP26 sign-ups in Paris, furthering on this one nation, one sun, one grid initiatives by the government. Finance will continue playing a very important role. Now, why financial models sell and not the technology? I think very honestly, it's more like if I am able to give you a SaaS kind of, or a software as a service. We are now talking about power as a service. Everyone on this panel and everyone in this room is definitely aware about a PPA model or an OPEX model or a boot model. All of these are just coming about trying to digest a very large capital investment in a bite-sized chunk-based data in which you can consume it on a monthly basis. And eventually, we have been taught to do this by the discoms. We have been taught to do this by the large capital plays that have happened for the last 50 years, when thermal power plants were set up with a 50-year operating life, or nuclear power plants come with a terminal life of 60 years. And the idea is they're still able to sell you power at 2 rupees a unit. So you're actually amortizing the cost of the capex and then the operating cost over a shorter time span. So I genuinely believe that it will continue to be, and technology has to ensure that we remain more proactive and we remain more cutting edge in terms of how we can develop and how we can evolve. So just as an example, 3 years back we were talking about polysilicon technology, which was at 300 plus minus 10% ratings. Today we are talking about TOPCon technology, or N-type, which is much more a reality. TOPCon probably might be another 6 months out, or not even that. But these are now we're talking about in the range of 600 and plus. So what that is helping is bringing the cost of power down. So when we are talking about 25 rupees power, so I am still operating and maintaining a plant which we are selling to Jetco at 22 rupees a unit. And now we are also operating plants we are serving to MSCDC at 3 rupees a unit. The technology difference is there. The power unit is the same, but inside the technology has changed drastically. So financing innovations come from technology, so it's not without technology, but finance helps adoption at great extent.
So continuing on that, when we are talking about financial innovation solution, when we are taking away the high-paying commercial consumer and industrial consumer from utility, and there the finances of discom and the finances of solar developer both clash with each other. You want to have maximum revenue from solar project developer, and which will be taking out from the citizen's pocket for that matter. So there, I think the policy and the financial innovation definitely affect. On the policy front, we talk about net zero and green energy and other things, but then we need to be with discom also for that matter, for small consumer. So on the industrial, commercial and residential, which sector you think a solar developer will be more interested to work with?
So, yes, I mean, after Ramitji's the complete view on finances, definitely this is one more interesting question wherein I would like to answer. बहुत बार सर ऐसा होता है कि in our ecosystem basically we are especially for 5 stakeholders majorly. One is of course the manufacturing side of it. The other one is the end consumer who is actually always concerned for the number of savings for him. And in between there are integrators. One is of course the APC, and second is the suppliers. So if you see the ecosystem, then definitely everyone would like to have some of the benefit out of it. and then it comes to the utility board. So if you see these residential, commercial and industrial segments as of now, the majority of the IPP-driven businesses, they were focusing on the industrial initially, and that's the reason basically they were calling it as a C&I segment. So commercial and industrial. And then whatever last 10 years trend which we have seen over here, the shift is now moving towards the residential. Why residential? Because ultimately the security of the money which they are investing. And we were seeing the couple of IPPs and the foreign funds, those are also thinking about, one is the residential and one more segment which sir we missed is the agriculture sector. Especially after introducing this Mukhyamantri Saur Krushi Yojana and PM Kushum Yojana, the attention of the foreign funds as well as majority of the Indian bankers, their attention is on basically strengthening of the agriculture feeders. We need to help as the MERA and MSCDCL sirs, they both have explained about the strengthening of grid and giving the stable power during daytime. And that's the reason when that framework is there, then definitely behind them whatever the finances are available, they are following that approach to that. And yes, इसमें भी सर बेसिकली एक पार्ट ऐसा है कि जैसा हमने देखा कि 2 साल पहले सडनली गवर्नमेंट हैज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड ग्रिड सपोर्ट चार्जेस on the rooftop installation. So that is one more major challenge in India what actually we are forecasting and sensing. If suppose it comes, because it is already part of MARC regulation now, and MARC has given the exemption till the installation of 2000 megawatt. Which we are saying that very soon, maybe during this financial year itself, we are getting it completed. So what after that? And if suppose we are sensing that risk, then definitely the next the stakeholder which is financing for the sector, they will stop their vehicle over there. That if they are sensing some risk over there, then definitely it won't move ahead. So unless there is some clarity on that front or such kind of anticipate risk and mitigation plans in place, then definitely the finances will also not work.
Coming to this particular GSC, grid support charge is basically for the cost balancing. See, we are exporting power in the daytime when DISCOM is buying power at say ₹3 or something, and we expect unit to unit compensation in the evening hours when the cost of that same power to DISCOM is say 10 rupees, 12 rupees, 14 rupees, depending on the load on the grid at that particular moment of time. Now, I personally appreciate their problem. Like if you see on the financial part of it, we as a consumer, we are claiming unit to unit compensation. That is fine. But if you put yourself in their shoes, they are losing money because you are pushing power at 3 rupees and demanding power at 12 rupees. So the balance has to be there. The grid has to survive. See, we as a power producer from solar power, we need a stable grid. Without grid, we cannot survive. We cannot generate power. We need a stable grid. We don't need any fluctuations. We don't need any outages. So the grid has to survive. A stable grid has to survive. So up to this point, I am with them. But when it comes to grid support charge or cross subsidy or any other subjects, I think the DISCOM is taking a shortcut to address the problem. See, there are so many other issues by which this parity can be solved. For example, the TOD differential rates, which is plus 1.1 or 1.2 or 0.8, this has never been revived since last 10 years. Because of the solar power becoming prominent in last 5 years, 10 years, the differential of their rates have changed so much. That equation which was there 10 years ago has changed so much that they can definitely file a petition with MERC and say, look, because of this price parity, I need a different tariff. Instead of 1.1 multiplier, I need 1.6 multiplier or 1.5 multiplier or whatever. Second way could be that implementing the TOD tariff for even residential consumers who are more than 20 kilowatt.
Now, I as a consumer, if I am a particular home consumer with 20 kilowatt plus, I am getting advantage of compensation from 6 to 10, I am happy. But if I am in a position to install my solar power, I mean the equipments in my house, I can definitely pay a TOD tariff. So there are so many other small things I cannot, I mean, of course, when it comes to MERC, I would be probably on the other side of the fence. So I cannot suggest the ammunitions what they should use on me. So I will stop here. But there are so many other places where DISCOM can think in a different way, think out of the box, how to compensate this price difference and avoid this additional
+918750798032 पे. I'll repeat the question quickly. Solar panels convert sunlight into what form of energy? Thank you. हमारी अगली प्रेजेंटेशन जिनको सोलार के द्वारा प्रेजेंटेशन लेकर आपके सामने आ रहे हैं श्री विजय घाटोले जी, हेड ऑफ डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड जनरेशन. थैंक यू.
I'll send someone quickly if you need help on this.
Sure.
Screen operator.
Hello all, my name is Vijay Ghatode. I look after the distributed generation segment for Jinko Solar in India. So to give a brief introduction about Jinko Solar, Jinko Solar company started in 2006 with a focus on US and Europe market to supply the solar panels with a high quality and high reliability. So with that focus, Jinko Solar till today has shipped more than 165 gigawatt of solar panels, and we have market share of more than 17% across the globe, and we have achieved 22 times world record in solar cell efficiency, and currently we are having a manufacturing capacity of more than 40 gigawatt in upcoming solar panel N-type technology. And by the end of this year, our module manufacturing capacity will be 90 gigawatt, wafer manufacturing capacity 75 gigawatt, and solar cell manufacturing capacity 75 gigawatt. And in N-type, we will be having the 55 gigawatt of module manufacturing capacity. So when it comes to solar panel, we are having three types of products. One is 460 to 480 watt peak, next one is 550 to 560 watt peak, and after that one is N-type technology, which is 620 to 630 watt peak and 570 to 580 watt peak. And if you see that first two are P-type technology. In P-type technology, wattage is increasing from 460 to 560, but efficiency is remaining almost same. But in N-type technology, you can see not only the wattage is increasing, but efficiency is also increasing. Here we have shown the world record we have achieved in a solar cell efficiency. So currently we have achieved 25.4% in actual mass production when it comes to N-type solar cell. So these are the types of the N-type products we are offering. Starting from 620 to 630 watt peak, and then 570 to 580 watt peak. These N-type solar panels can be used anywhere. It's not only because of the high efficiency, it can be used only for utility or commercial and industrial. It can be used in residential segment also. Now before going forward for benefits of the N-type technology, I would like to just give a basic differentiation between the N-type and the currently what we are using is a P-type technology. In our own module, Tiger Pro P-type module, you can get a wattage of 540 to 555 watt peak. But in the same dimension, in N-type module, you can get a wattage of 570 to 580 watt peak. That is one benefit. Second benefit, you can see that weight is same, but efficiency is increasing because of this 20 to 30 watt peak more. So efficiency, you will be getting minimum 22%. Now, regarding the economic advantage, so it will be, because of the high efficiency, you will be getting the high generation. And compared to P-type, though we have mentioned here the 3%, but on ground, customers are getting 5 to 6%. Our first N-type model in India is installed in Pune only, that is the Pune metro station. 8 metro stations are there, and customer is getting 5 to 6% more generation. Then because of the high efficiency, you will be saving you'll be saving on the BOS cost, minimum 1%. And because of these two factors, your levelized cost of electricity, which is a LCOE, is decreased by minimum 4%. Now how this is achieved? So because of the technical advantages. So these are the summary. I'll tell you in next slides. First of all, it's a low degradation. In P-type solar panels, you get a degradation of 2%, while in a N-type model, you get a 1%. And second year onwards, in P-type you get 0.55%, while in N-type it's a 0.4%. So because of this one, what happens, you get a yearly the more generation. And another benefit of the N-type is that you get a performance warranty for 30 years, whether it's a monofacial module or bifacial module. While in case of P-type module, when it comes to monofacial, you will get a 25 years for warranty, and in bifacial you will get 30 years. And here we have shown the example of P-type monofacial versus N-type monofacial. So by the end of 25 years, P-type will be generating almost 84% of the overall, while in N-type, at the end of 30 years, it will be generating more than 87%. So you can see clearly the difference of the N-type model. The next benefit of the N-type model is the higher bifaciality factor. Now, because of the superior quality of the raw material and the N-type as a substrate in the base material, so bifaciality factor also increases. Like in P-type, on an average, bifaciality factor is 70%, while in N-type, it is 80%. Next advantage of the N-type is low temperature coefficient. In Indian weather conditions, you need a solar panels having a low temperature coefficient, because with a rise of the temperature losses of the module increases because of the temperature coefficient. So the solar panel which is having the low temperature coefficient is always useful. So this benefit is also offered by the N-type module. In N-type module, you get a temperature coefficient of 0.29%, while in P-type, it's get a 0.34 to 0.36%. So on daily basis, you get a more generation. Now, when it comes to reliability, definitely the N-type is better performing than the P-type. Because of these advantages, and another advantage what Jinko has brought to the customer is that traditionally the gap between the N-type and P-type has been 3 to 4 cents commercially. But Jinko has brought down that gap to reduce that gap by 50%. So because of this one, the customers have exponentially used the N-type model. What capacity earlier used to be, it has exponentially increased. Until date, we have signed more than 70,000 megawatt globally N-type orders, and already more than 25,000 already dispatched. So, and also by the end of this year, our target is to deliver more than 55,000 gigawatt solar panels only in N-type. Now these are the couple of examples. One example I already shared with you for the Pune metro station, where the customer is getting 5 to 6% more generation compared to P-type at the same location. Now across the globe, so these are the different environmental conditions where the customers is getting some minimum 5.5%. Then I'll quickly run through the slides. Now, when it comes to the higher wattage, customers are having always question that whether it is compatible with existing structures or existing inverters. So I would like to tell you that in the same dimension, when you are getting higher wattage, so it is compatible with your existing structure also, and also the clamping system is same, so you can use with your existing structure. There is no need to change it. And in existing inverter also, not only centralized but also string inverter, it is quite compatible. So in addition to solar panels, we are also offering the battery energy storage solutions. And currently, I'll just run through the slides. And battery energy storage solution is a need of the time, because we have been seeing that the solar you are using the solar energy or wind energy. So currently, extra generation, whatever you generate, you are not getting compensated that well what you actually get what you pay from the grid. So for that one, battery energy storage solution will be always helpful for you. And Jinko Solar in last 1 year has already signed more than 500 megawatt hour orders, already delivered 70 megawatt hour order. And our battery energy storage solution start from 5 kilowatt to 3.44 megawatt hour. So after this presentation, I will be happy to answer your questions regarding battery energy storage solution also. Thank you.
So between the lunch break and you, we have one more presentation, SIDBI. I would like to invite Mr. Sanak Das, Assistant General Manager, SIDBI, on stage, please. Thank you, Mr. Das.
Hello everyone, good afternoon to all. I am Sanak Das, AGM from SIDBI, Pune branch. I am there in SIDBI for last 16 years and delivering credit to the MSME in the service of the MSME. So SIDBI's new initiative has been focus on the green initiatives, greening the enterprise ecosystems. So these are the quick snap of the SIDBI. SIDBI has been established under the Act of Parliament in 1990. SIDBI is the principal finance institution engaged in promotion, financing, development, the MSME sector, coordination of functions of various institutions engaged in similar activities. So the quick snap is that SIDBI into direct lending apart from the is indirect financing to all the banks. From direct financing, it is a green enterprise initiative, institutional financer also, and it has maintained the fund of funds and P&D activities and also GOI nodal agency. SIDBI's in recent years, SIDBI has focused on green offerings with focus on the energy efficiency, climate change and renewable energy in line of the Government of India's initiative for net zero by 2070. Renewable energy, greening building, waste management, e-mobility is the right now the thrust areas of e-mobility, water treatment and green sustainable solutions. This includes risk sharing facilities also in line with the World Bank and guarantees. A2C under A2C offers, we offer the 4D schemes, GFS, that is green finance schemes, and EGPS, solar rooftop financing schemes and Regency schemes. These are the quick snaps of the schemes that end-to-end energy efficiency, green finance schemes, express green power for sustainability, EGPS, and 50,000 EV for eco, Regency scheme, and partial risk sharing facility for the green energy efficiency scheme under the PRSF for the World Bank. Under A to E green, these are the quick snaps of the 2,500 solar rooftops for the MSME captive. We have already financed 50k EV crores. This is the target for that. 22,000 crores end-to-end energy efficiency, mobilizing the E&D investment in MSME, supporting waste to wealth technologies, technology basket in innovative technologies also. These are the few green initiatives. Under the finance schemes, I will come to that. This is a flagship green finance schemes what we are running right now, contributing to the greening the financing environment in India. Under this scheme, the quantum assistance is 20 CR. MSMEs up to 20 CR and service providers and aggregators up to 50 CRs. Promoters contribution kept at minimum of 10% of the project cost, maximum 10 years of repayment, which is quite flexible in the compared to the energy standards, finance sector standards. Interest rates are MCL are linked, which vary between 9% to 10.5% are present. The eligible borrowers include both existing and greenfield units eligible with the RESCOs, ESCOs and EPC companies, vendors or any MSME on either supply and demand side of the green value chain. Risk sharing support is available also under these finance schemes. These are the schemes for the big projects. Where the focus area for the energy efficiency for the existing clients, also for the new clients, also this end-to-end energy efficiency schemes. This is one of the flagship schemes of SIDBI running for last more than 5 to 6 years. The quantum assistance under this has been kept under 7.5 CR. Maximum repayment period up to 5 years, 7 years on case-to-case basis that can be decided by SIDBI. Interest rate, that is the best part of this scheme is that interest rate is directly linked to the RBI repo rate, varies from 7.5 to 8.5% currently. Types of projects which include is that energy efficiency and solar rooftop plants, ground mounted PV projects for the captive consumption up to 25 kilowatt to 2 megawatt plants covered under the schemes. The MSME in manufacturing sector, service sector, education institutions, hospitals, all are included under the schemes. Here we have two systems in financing. We are promoting the 100% financing without any promoter's contribution with cash collateral. for units with 3 years profitable track record. This is the new initiative in the finance sector that in a public financing space, we have been offering the 100% financing model, which is not seen in the financial sector, public financing sector in your past. The detailed appraisal also carried out with the promoter's contribution margin. Details appraisal for the units in existing for less than 3 years, having at least 1 full year of operations. Promoters has been kept at minimum 10% under the project cost. And the cash collateral margin varies from 20 to 38%, depending on the financial position of the borrowers and the project size. Next is the EGPS. Just a minute. Yeah, this is the one quick delivery mechanism has been carved out from the earlier 4 schemes. That is EGPS for the quick delivery of the assistance. That EGPS stands for the Express Green Power for Sustainability Loan Scheme. It is a quicker appraisal format on sanction. Eligibility criteria as per 4E finance scheme, as I told you earlier. Quantum assistance varies from 5 lakhs to 1 crore, that is 100 lakhs, with a 100% financing model. Overall exposure of borrower can be sanctioned assistance multiple times in a financial year, subject to cap of 2 crores. So you can apply approach SIDBI for multiple financing in a financial year. With a quantum of the per loan is maximum up to 1 crore and maximum exposure up to 2 crores for a quicker delivery. Here the best part is the promoter's condition also kept at nil. Maximum repayment period of only 5 years, including moratorium up to 6 months has been offered. Interest rate as per this 4 scheme, that is linked to repo. The types of projects include the capex required for transit from diesel or petrol as a fuel to cleaner fuel like PNG, CNG in their operational process, including use of boiler, furnaces, gensets, etc. Also solar rooftop projects, other green and clean initiatives aimed at reduction of the carbon emission, waste management, solar heating, drying and etc. with hospital institutions all included. SIDBI scheme for solar projects also is the focus area. We have been also offering, we are offering the solar rooftop plants for the theme. The eligible projects are, there is a quick snap shown to you in this scheme. The eligible projects are new and existing MSME units, special purpose vehicle by group of MSMEs, RESCO mode of financing, solar parks, order-based financing to solar EPCs also. Loan amount, minimum 5 lakhs, maximum up to 50 CR, 100% financing for 7.5 CR, minimum 10% promoters contribution for the loan. For service provider, aggregator subject to MSME linkage, TL up to 50 CR will be considered per project. Key features is the concessional interest rate as per the rating starting from 7.5% per annum. Repayment period up to 10 years, moratorium up to 2 years, which is more flexible. Quicker sanction and faster tap. Benefits is no processing fee for the existing customers who are on board with SIDBI for quite a few time. 50% concession on new customers under OEMs and suppliers with SIDBI's referral arrangement. SIDBI has in recent past has roped into many OEMs in the industry which are empaneled with SIDBI. With the credit guarantee scheme also offered under the scheme. Better profitability reduction in this scheme ensures that better profitability for the customers. Eligible schemes are 4E financing scheme including EGPS, variant of energy finance schemes. Right now also SIDBI has moved into EV space, that EV for eco aligned with EV 30 or 30. Under the Government of India target for the going EV for all the vehicles. The concessional loan for the MSMEs and NBFCs under this scheme also we offer the like whatever EVs you require for the transporting your employees or transporting other transport vehicles or any vehicles you are required for your business, that can be covered under this scheme. With support to MSMEs under ETS, NTS and eco players transit to e-mobility. Improved LTV also 100% financing model also offered under this scheme. Pilot EV scheme also launched for NBFCs with a budget of 100 crores. We also extend to for the targeting the financial inclusivity. We also delved into the various NBFCs in the EV space and offered them a 100 crore budget for the same.
This is the new technological initiative under SIDBI with the collaboration of Ministry of Science and Technology. This is a TIFAC SIDBI Technology Innovative Program. This objective is to promote innovation, upscaling, demonstration and commercialization of new innovative technologies. Executive entities are SIDBI and TIFAC. The quantum of assistance up to 80% of the total project cost, which would normally not be more than 200 lakhs, 2 crores. Higher assistance could be considered selectively based on the innovation and content in the project. This scheme is especially targeting the developing the newer technologies and new clean technologies under the with the assistance of the Minister of Science and Technologies. Promoters' contribution is kept at 20% of the total project. Interest rate is very attractive for this. This is quite selective scheme. It varies from 3 to 5%. Project cost is capital expenditure factors set for the project plant and machinery, utilities, testing and quality control, equipment, intangibles, patents, copyrights, R&D, technology transfer, all these are included under this scheme. Eligibility is new and existing SIDBI Indian and MSMEs. This is a quick snap of the SIDBI initiatives for the India going solar and going green in near future. Thank you.
मैं यहाँ पे ऐड करना चाहूँगी वी हैव स्टॉल्स प्रेजेंट, तो अगर आपके पास सवाल हैं क्योंकि यहाँ पे समय कम पड़ गई है तो कृपया स्टॉल्स विजिट करें, अपने सवाल सामने रखें और अगर आपको डिस्कशंस करनी है हमारे स्पीकर से फील फ्री टू सोशलाइज विद देम इन योर नेटवर्किंग ब्रेक पे जाने से पहले एक और सवाल आपके स्क्रीन पे. अच्छा, ऑलराइट, डू स्कैन दिस फॉर डायरेक्टरी. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन, feel free to scan this for the directory out here. साथ ही साथ हमारा 60 मिनट का लंच ब्रेक 30 मिनट कर दिया गया है आगे के पैनल डिस्कशंस को अकोमोडेट करने के लिए. Can I have the question on the screen, please? All right, the third question out here is, what is the average solar panel efficiency for commercial solar panels on the market today? Options है A 10 से 15%, B 20 से 25%, C 30 से 35% या D 40 से 45%. आपके जवाब आप भेज सकते हैं +91 8750 798 032 पे. Thank you. With this, I would announce the lunch break. We will again commence in 30 minutes. That would be around 2:15. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know the lunch was cut short, but I think we still had enough time to put food in our tummy. We will rush. It's a Saturday. We don't want you to keep waiting with us for long. It's time to focus on the third panel discussion. Welcome back. This afternoon, this conference has been presented by Dano, Gold sponsors, Janet Zanova, Table Partners, True Power Limited, LS Electric, Model Partners, Jinko Solar, On-Site Branding Partner, Gotham Solar, Finance Partner, SIDBI, Brand Sponsors, Gloucester, Dirac, ST Electricals, WACAP, PFC. हमारी अगली panel discussion focused है smart meters पे. I'll request everyone to please take their seats. So this third panel discussion is focused on the role of smart meters in enhancing energy management and power quality control. The topics of discussion would be understanding smart meters, real-time data and energy consumption, analyzing how smart meters contribute to monitoring and improving power quality, addressing concerns about data privacy and security associated with smart meters, and enhancing power quality with smart meters. I would request our panel members to join us on stage. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए Mr. Hari Bala के लिए, Director Sales, Janitza Electronics GmbH. Professor Sachin V. Shelar, Assistant Professor and Power Quality Cell in Charge, AISSMS OIT Pune, and Mr. Sandeep Lakshminarayan, Regional Sales Manager, Socomec Innovative Power Solutions Private Limited. We would also have Dr. Nilesh Rohankar, Deputy Executive Engineer, MSEDCL with us. And this panel discussion would be moderated by Dr. Venkatesh Raghavan, Managing Director, TDK India Private Limited. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. This would be a 25 minutes discussion. Thank you. 25.
25? Sir, you know, it will end up being 30. Both know that.
37 and a half. Start?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Venkatesh Raghavan. I have pleasure in welcoming you back for the session number 3. Originally, we were scheduled to be standing between you and your lunch. Now we are compelled to stand between you and your afternoon nap. Let's see how successful we are. So the format would be, I would do some opening remarks, then I'll request my panelists to share maybe an opening or the first remark of 2 to 3 minutes, an interjection if I feel that it's not going in the right direction, and then a second round or a concluding remark by my panelist. And if time permits and the lady permits, maybe I'll do a short summary. The session is all about the role of energy meters and how it can improve energy management and power quality control. To me, one of the most controversial or the misused 2 words, incidentally they start with S. It's strategic and strategy, other one is smart, smart grids, smart meters, smart cities, smart villages. I think everything is smart now, So I would maybe ask one of the panelists, to say what the smart means. What is the definition of smartness? This is number 1. Number 2, from my point of view, amongst all the species inhabiting this planet Earth, we the Homo sapiens, the human beings feel we are the smartest. Okay, so maybe we can take a clue as to why we believe we are smart and not everything else. Not because we have sensors, we have sensors like eyes, ears, nose, we can feel, we can hear, we can smell. Not only because we have a lot of memory, we store data, not because we are communicable. No, we can speak. I believe we are smart because we can analyze data and we can take decisions. That's the level of smartness we are looking at. It's not just collecting data, storing it or communicating it. We're really analyzing it, either taking a decision or facilitating a decision making. This would be my definition of what would be smart. And specifically to the two topics which we are discussing, energy meters, I've been talking to one of my friends who's into smart meters. So energy meter, true to the word energy, even today measures energy or some power parameters. But given the technology today, I can prove that energy meter, even installed in small residences, can even capture the lifestyle data. It can even find out my sleep habits. It can even find out which TV serials I watch and when do I get up and what kind of beer I drink. It's possible. Okay, what do you do with the data is a different question. You need to follow the GDPR and the data privacy rules. So maybe eventually, energy meters would go beyond energy meters and then do everything. And specific to power quality, one of the things which I've been talking to a lot of machine manufacturers, what I mean by machine manufacturers are the PQ equipment manufacturers. Even today, after all these years, irrespective of Eberle, Fluke, or, Hioki, I don't know the name, they always measure something, they give you a waveform, okay? For example, you take an ECG, I'm sure all of you would have seen an ECG waveform, right? There's a P, QRS, and a T, right? When they measure the ECG, they measure the time interval between the two QRS. If it's 1 millisecond, you're fine. If it is slower or faster, they call it as tachy or bradycardia, or they say cardiac insufficiency, right? They don't say that, you had the first wave like this, the second wave like this. So I would like to have maybe a PQ analyzer which does not give me events. For example, I can have an event, let's say I see a transient, I see a brownout, I see another transient, then I see a recovery. So are these 4 events? I've measured my transient sag as well, I've measured my brownout, I've seen some kind of a dip, but then maybe this is because of a single phase to line ground fault and an auto recloser operation. That makes more sense to a utility engineer, right? Rather than looking at these events independently. So maybe with today's AI, it should be possible. So to share the insights today, we have 4 panelists, 2 industry veterans, Mr. Hari Balasubramaniam representing Yanitsa, and Mr. Sandeep Lakshminarayan from Socomek, representing the machine manufacturers. We have a utility engineer, the practical user, Dr. Nilesh Shrawankar, and to balance it out, we have an academician, Professor Sachin Shelar. So let's see how we manage the time. So what I would suggest is, instead of asking questions, what I suggest is maybe I'll call upon each of the panelists to share 2 or 3 minutes about what they think very specific to this particular topic. So Mr. Bala, topic and time.
Sure, time will be ensured. For me, a smart meter is a product which can or enables customers take decisions, or the utilities collects the data, and then with that they are able to get some kind of a insight about the data as well for some application. If I have to think about it, if in an industry where a customer wanted to control energy, he gets to know if the energy crosses a certain limit in a day or in a month, then there can be some kind of an alarm which can be coming up and saying yes. Or the second option is the device itself can supervise the data measured and say whether it is within certain standards or not. So it can also be within the device, where the device becomes much more smarter to give the kind of application what the consumer or the customer wanted to see from this device. Rather than taking it outside somewhere and processing it, it is inside the device which could it process and then enable the customer to take device. So in other words, measurement of any electrical system is, and the meter would form like a checkpoint where people can depend on, like a security person, to ensure the data what they are collected and is appropriate to their performance and their activities, operations.
Thank you, sir. Sandeep, would you like to add something to what you just said?
Hello, good afternoon everyone. So on the similar lines what Mr. Hari also said, I would say that yes, meters today are smart, but we expect them to go one step beyond this with topics like artificial intelligence and all that we keep hearing on day-to-day basis. I would say the next step would be incorporating a AI in your already smart meters and trying to figure out what is going to be the pattern of your energy consumption based on the trends that the meter has recorded over a period of time. So I think first step is, yes, the meters are smart, so how do we make them more smarter? Like maybe we can have functions like, if suppose there is a wiring error, there are meters available where without actually physically you need not change the wiring, you can go and change it in the software itself. So that is also one kind of, I would say, smartness in the meter. So this is what we are all looking at, like what are the new technologies that can be adapted in these already existing smart meters. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandeep. Nilesh, for example, these two gentlemen are able to deliver what they are saying they will deliver, a meter which can collect a lot of data, which can even help you take decisions or even take decisions. From a user perspective, would you be concerned about data privacy and cyber security, and what is that you would like to do to ensure that these concerns are addressed?
Regarding smart meters enhancing with respect to energy management system, what I would like to say over here that all might be knowing that with respect to energy management, how the meter must be very smart, very intelligent, and not only smart and intelligent, but it must be sustainable technology point of view. So we are aware that Energy Conservation Amendment Bill has been passed with respect to energy management. Also recently energy storage regulation has been come across throughout the country and has been put forwarded by Ministry of Power. So throughout the country, all the states are now working how this energy storage obligation can be implemented in the states. With respect to smart meters, this is only possible to judge what will be the energy storage obligation. Also, DISCOMs are trying how the incentives can be given with respect to energy storage to the esteemed consumers. This is possible only through smart meters only. So what I think that being a utility perspective point of view, your meter must not be only smart, it must be very intelligent and sustainable. Yes, sir.
Any specific comment on
with respect to cyber security and data privacy, all might be knowing that in Maharashtra specifically, MSCDCL is having an average revenue of monthly average revenue of 8,000 crores. So DCL DISCOM will be very, very strict regarding the data to be shared with the consumers. Lot of practices has been done with respect to tampering point of view, and not only in cities, in rural parts specifically, how the data can be driven and any malpractices can be done with respect to the maximum demand and all that. So what I think that with respect to cyber security and data, government and DISCOMs will be very strict with sharing of such sort of data and all that. Yeah.
Sachin, from the academic point of view, what do you think would be the future? How do you think the technology would turn out to be in the next 5 to 10 years, which will enable all these things to happen?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First, you had asked about what do you call a smart quickly. If something is giving measurable and quantifiable outcome, then we should call it as a smart. And I would like to give an example, rather it is Indian context. South Bihar DISCOM revenue went by 41%, which is reported by Hindustan Times on 20th August 2023. So this is the recent example. And what they did, they used AI plus smart prepaid energy meter. So their revenue went by 41%. So as you rightly asked, what is lying ahead? So AI is going to enter for the analysis and actionable insight. We have come from an electromechanical era to digital meter. Many people misconcept that digital meter means smart meter. No, it's not. The smart meter will have communication technology. I will also say that just having a communication is not smart. It has to be, data has to be analyzed and some actionable insights are there. Then only we should call it as a smart meter. So smart meter is only a tool. It's not a solution. You have to take the solution. but within next 5 to 10 years, I'm sure with AI, machine learning, everything, some solutions will be recommended. But at the end, I think that there will be, although AI is there, MI, that is the human intelligence or the man intelligence will remain, and the final authority should be taken by that.
Thanks, Sachin. One question to you, now people are talking about home automation, net metering, solar rooftop. Is it conceivable in the near future that you can have a smart meter? Because even today meters have analog and digital IOs. So I should know when to switch on my microwave, when to switch on my washing machine, depending on when the sunlight would be there, or when I get a forecast of the weather. Is it conceivable that you can have such meters?
It is already conceived in some parts, like if you are using a utility meter, the utility meter is communicating to a small, a small gadget which is kept on the refrigerator through a power line carrier or an RF communication to the meter, and then gets it directly and says whenever there is a demand increases over a period of time, then that's a possibility where people can see, the consumers can interact. Someone was asking this morning about the same question. So there is a possibility that they can interact independently from the meter to the device, and then they can inform customers. In fact, the tariff changes can also be informed to them through those kind of processes. That's number one. Second option is also leaving off the utility meters. Customers can have a choice of choosing the so-called intelligent or smart multifunction meter in these kind of application with more digital inputs and digital outputs, and then they can do it. So a lot of companies are also doing maximum demand control through these kind of controllers. So that is also a possibility.
Here I would like to add that in 2016-17 I imported a meter from Belgium. It's called as a SMAPI, and when it connected to the main incomer of the home, it actually gives you all the data on your mobile. And surprisingly, after 15 days, their AI engine fires and it starts telling you how much your fridge has consumed, how much your geyser has consumed and all that. So that I saw in 2016-17. And in the last semester, one of my students did a project with a Home Assistant. This is a India startup, IIT Bombay startup. So Home Assistant is doing that. It is telling you all the data, granular data to you, so that you can take decisions what to do. But of course, time of use tariff has to come, then only it will be more effective.
Just one sec. Sandeep. So for example, if such meter is already available, which tells the individual owner what is my energy consumption pattern, whether I'm consuming more in my bedroom or the living room, is it the AC or the fridge? First of all, considering the Indian mindset, I'm not talking about L1, but generally our passion towards really energy conservation. You think such a meter would be popular on their own, or do you think it has to be regulated by the government that everybody has to use this meter?
I think it's a very valid point that you have put across. The Indian consumer mentality, generally what we find is, yes, they do love to go for technological products, but pricing, the economics also plays a very important role. So I would say it's a win-win situation if both sides go hand in hand. They are ready to go for technology and maybe also look at economics also, where they can balance it out. So I think there is definitely a possibility that we can upgrade ourselves to that level.
More specifically, see, for example, such a smart meter is available. At the end of the day, we are talking about how do we leverage technology to manage my energy consumption, be as individuals, households, commercials, and industries. So do you think we have the right culture, even if such technology is available, that we embrace the technology, leverage it to improve our energy conservation, or it should be a legislation or a regulation?
I would say yes, at this point of time we may not be at that level to adapt these technologies at the first go. So maybe a regulatory mandate has to drive this forward. That is one way. And also some sections of the industry might as well adapt it themselves. So I would say it's a balancing out of both.
Yeah. Now Nilesh, one very specific question. You come from MSCT, Salem Morning, we heard that is one of the largest distribution network, etc. How is that you would like to use such a smart meter technology to improve the quality of power? Because we are not only talking about energy management, we are also talking about the quality, not just the quantity. So what is that you would like to do at a practicing utility engineer?
First of all, with the utility perspective point of view, certain regulations must come forward regarding the power quality. What sort of practical problems are being facing by the industrial consumers regarding the sag, swell, deep or surge of voltages like harmonics. Also we have transients many a times hampering the products of companies. First of all, certain proposals must be put forward to regulatory commission regarding power quality. At present, what we think that from utility perspective, only certain meters like ABB have a certain parameters which can be judged for a power quality point of view. So I think so the coming technology with respect to the secure meters and the GMOS, certain technology adoption must be there, not hampering the costing of that product. All we know that as the MSDCL is providing reliable quality supply at an affordable rates, so the capex amount must not be get loaded on the tariffs of the consumers also. So certain product must be there. We already are giving power factor incentives, rest of the things, but including the power quality, the costing must not be hampered. That is the main issue. Yeah.
Hari, what is your take on how these smart meters can be used to measure and also control the quality of power?
Okay. Power quality, the reason we are sitting is that it has taken a prominence in the grid now. That's why we are all sitting here right now. Second point is power, having a good clean grid is like Swachh Bharat, in other words. So when we have a clean grid, who is responsible for having a clean grid? Is it utility or it is the consumers who can potentially harm the clean grid? Then when we ask this question, we arrive at maybe both are responsible for it. But how it is going to be planned, that is where the standards are in place. But in Indian market, what we see here is basically many times it is the enforcement or the regulation which drives the market. So that any industry says, if it is mandated by so-and-so, then we will put it. If it is mandated by so-and-so, then we can probably start checking on these things. Otherwise, there is no self-interest of having a system what can give them a clean power. So this is always there. But having said this, cleaning up the power quality to the right way will only benefit the end users who is using it. So ultimately that's what I wanted to say.
See, maybe I'd like to add one, there's been cases going on around the world for the last 30 years, right? So you have a point of common coupling, that's where you put your tariff meter. And if I ask a question, if I have a piece of resistor, right, or I have a capacitor, capacitor is a pure linear passive load. It's not non-linear, it's not active. So would capacitor draw harmonic current? A simple capacitor. See, transformer or a choke or an inductor, though it's linear, it can saturate and become non-linear. So I take capacitor. Can capacitor draw harmonic current? Yes or no? Can capacitor draw harmonic current? Yes, though it's a passive linear load, if you apply a distorted sine wave, it will draw a distorted current. That's Ohm's law. So what happens is there are court cases even in the south, in Tangentco it was there. So it is a responsibility of the utility to give a clean voltage, and it is a responsibility of the consumer to draw a clean current, See, power quality is P is V into I, so PQ is VQ into IQ, and it is very difficult, and today people are demanding meters that if there is a harmonic current distortion, right, because most of these utility penalties are based on current harmonics, and there's nobody to penalize utilities when they have voltage harmonics, So there are meters today being demanded because of these court cases that can have a meter which can actually split at the point of common coupling how much of this current distortion is coming out of the consumer side and how much is coming from the grid side. So Sunny, would these kind of meters are sort of, would see the light of the day soon, where it can really differentiate between, not that I know there's a harmonic distortion, but I will also know from where it's coming from and who's responsible.
I think it is the need of the hour. Like I was discussing with him during the break, so he said yes, it is important that the consumer knows
that what is the quality of power that he is getting and how far he is making it worse. So that differentiation is definitely needed for the consumer to know that what are the quality of power that he is receiving at the PCC level that you just mentioned. That is very much important.
Sachin, any comments on this?
Yeah, I think as I told you in smart meter, just putting it, it's not going to be helping you. Similarly, power quality meter, just putting it is not going to help you. It's a tool, it's not a solution. You have to derive to the solution. And one more thing that you need to have a very good background of theory out of it. People think that power quality is very easy, sag, swell, transient, harmonics, 7 point, it's easy. It's not that. People interchangeably use sag and under voltage, swell and over voltage, transients and flicker. So, and the solutions are different for each and everyone. So just knowing, putting the smart meter, power quality meter, you are going to get the data. And you keep on getting data, it keep on accumulating. And at the one fine day, you have to delete that data because you have not acted onto it. So until unless you do something onto it, it will not happen. So here I would like to put one point that due to regulation, people will have a financial budget, but they have to have a mental budget. Financially, you will purchase the meter, but mentally, are your the persons or the engineers who are working onto it, are they trained power quality engineers? If not, that is the requirement. And sorry for the manufacturer, you don't need always a power quality meter. You know, if you read the old books, they say that if you want to know the power quality of your plant, just install a digital meter, digital clock in your room. The moment it reset to 12 o'clock, some event has happened. So that is also one of the things.
Nilesh, one question to you. Assuming that such technologies are available and such advanced meters are possible, which will not only diagnose, will also either take a decision or help you take a decision. Do you have any plans in MSCDSL to ensure that these meters are tendered? You know, because today the specifications are still conventional energy meter, you measure kilowatt, kilowatt hour maximum demand. Yeah. And since you are measuring this, do you have any plans, at least from MSCDSL, that you will change the specs for the meter?
Specifically, I like to highlight the coming regulations. In morning sessions, the discussion were on green open access regulation. Specifically, the main point what has been highlighted in that green open access draft is that the meter must be compatible with the 12 time blocks. What does it mean? Accordingly to that only, DISCOMs are trying to have in such advanced technologies with respect to softwares. At present, we are having a billing system in Oracle, Relational Database Management System. And the advanced version of that is the HANA. But now as all 100 kilowatt and above consumers are going to be get through open access, now the time has been come that the ABT, availability based tariff meter, what we have at present 15 minutes time slot period. Now the time has come that now 5 minutes time slot period, which has been mentioned in the draft, that 12 time blocks means the 5 minutes time block will be now be converted for a 1 hour. So advancement with respect to smart meters will only possible through it. Also, I would like to highlight over that the regulation regarding the solar peak hours and the time of utilization is also going to be implemented. If you are utilizing the solar peak hours, then you will have a tariff of 20% lesser. For peak periods, everything has been mentioned in Electricity Act rules which have been put forward by Ministry of Power. And it's the time of the day, time of the hour now. Smart metering will work very smarter. Yeah.
Okay. Just for the sake of time, you know, she's looking at me and the clock. No, I'm really stickler. I was a little not happy today because of the time over, and I don't want to make it any worse. So thanks, Hari, Sachin, Nilesh, and Sandeep. So as a summary, if I can take maybe 20 seconds, you know. Today we believe, at least the 5 of us on the dais, we believe today technology is available where meters can be really smarter, and the definition of smarter is not just get data, not communicate, really analyze and make diagnostics and help decision making or take decisions. And the meters can really help individuals take decisions to reduce energy consumption or do energy management, switch on, switch off loads, or you know when to do the washing machine, you know. You don't wash clothes because you've got dirty clothes, you wash clothes because there's a right time from the energy point of view, you wash clothes as an example, okay. And energy meters today can also have additional functions, right from a single phase domestic meter to a three-phase tri-vector meter, which goes beyond the name of energy meter. It measures the power parameters, power quality parameters with an intent to diagnose and help people improve it. With that, I would like to close it and hand it over to the organizer.
Thank you, sir. That was very beautifully concluded. Thank you. So, questions? I don't see any hand up in the air. That means no queries? Wow.
That makes either we were too good or we didn't make sense.
Yes, either it was too good, which is normally never the case. Like there should be one question, no? Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. Mike Rana, last table out there. Thank you.
Well, on the lighter side, I mean, if the electricity is available free, meters may not be required. But talking of the metering part, today we see that meters are getting integrated into the equipments themselves. Maybe whether we talk of maybe say air conditioners, we talk of let's say the machines that goes into your factory. So what is your take? You know, do we need to drill down at the equipment level to do the monitoring and the quality, or it's good enough at the utility side?
Yes, we can go up to the level of the last equipment or the machine what we have. That measurement is required to know how your energy flow is happening from your, all the way from your incomer down to the last machine what you have. But at the same time, you don't have to measure the same parameters starting from your incomer to the last machine. Maybe as I said in my presentation, maybe at the incomer level you do have a legally compliant PQ power quality device, and then downstream you can have reduced the amount of measurements what is available, and then you can choose a product accordingly. So there is no need to have a same meter all through, but you can have a different products which is doing different, which is having different measurement capabilities at various levels in your network. That is possible.
You happy with that answer? Okay.
Yes, thank you. All right. Last few seconds, smart meters. I think that concludes it. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I would request Dr. Santosh Rajkumar Patni to please come ahead, Deputy Executive Engineer, MSc DCL, to felicitate our panel members here. Thank you. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए श्री हरि बालाजी के लिए. I would like to extend the thanks to Professor Sachin V. Shelar. हम अपना आभार व्यक्त करना चाहेंगे श्री संदीप लक्ष्मी नारायण जी की तरफ. With words, I would like to thank you, Dr. Nilesh Wankar. I think we had you joining us today itself. So, यहाँ पर एक छोटी सी गलती हो गई है. शायद आपके पास हमारे मॉडरेटर जी का मोमेंटो गया. Is it so? Nilesh ji, I hope that शब्दों में आभार व्यक्त कर सकते हैं फिलहाल आपका. Thank you. And I would like to appreciate and acknowledge Dr. Venkatesh Raghavan. Thank you, sir.
With sir's permission, I would just like to take one sentence. As you know, Lord Kelvin said, if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. I would like to add it, if you cannot understand it, you will not be able to manage it. So come back to academia, we are ready for you.
I think very well said that if you cannot understand it, you will never question it and you will never be able to manage it. Thank you. We do have networking time span slowly, I think in the second half after high tea. Please make use of it. Now, heading towards panel session 4, and the agenda is power quality and reliability, addressing issues for a stable electrical grid. Challenges in maintaining power quality, grid modernization for improved reliability, exploring voltage stability issues and their impact on electrical grids, and the economic impact of power interruptions. इसके मॉडरेटर हैं इंजीनियर पीके पटनायक जी, सीनियर जनरल मैनेजर ओडिशा पावर ट्रांसमिशन, और अब मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी हमारे पैनल मेंबर्स को ऑन द डायस, मिस्टर बलदेव राजनारायण, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर क्लैरियन पावर सिस्टम, परेश सरसिया, रीजनल मैनेजर सोनल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, और डॉक्टर संतोष राजकुमार पटनी, डेप्यूटी एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर MSEDCL. थैंक यू. हम कोशिश करेंगे 25 मिनटों में हम इस डिस्कशन को खत्म करें. मिस्टर पटनायक, ओवर टू यू.
Slide.
Yeah, good afternoon. I've been a bit silent on this because power quality, the topic like that, we must have to be very, very quality concerned. Good afternoon once again. Okay, thank you. So actually, just for to go ahead of this slide, I will be taking up 1 minute upon it, and this is the best paper slide upon which we will discuss the power quality and reliability concept for stable electrical grid. And in this I am going to take the discussion theme. Please read this one, discussion theme. On this only I will be asking also all our experts, panelists also to speak upon. It is nothing but PQRST. Fine? So today, whenever the last session when it was conducted, the ECG to consider of all these things, PQRST, sir, you have mentioned clearly. So right now I am taking that clue here, and I am talking about the power with quality, reliability, safety, security, and adaptation to technology. So our all speakers will be just focusing all these things and also restricting up, they will be speaking in that line. Now, why modern and digitization? Need not to go for this slide because already you know very correctly why modern, and for that sake actually we are sitting over here and to have the discussion and all. Now, if I come, all these points which I have mentioned here, it is exactly focusing towards the PQRST. Somewhere it is for technology to get adoption, and somewhere it is to quality, somewhere it is to reliability and all. So our discussion outline is just like this, which covers here the challenges of maintaining this power quality. Of course, it bit easy for us to manage the things because already extra session, last session, we all completed and also listened a lot of things relating to the power quality. Grid modernization to some extent we will be discussing. Then economic aspect of power interruptions also will cover up, in which I can say, lastly to say, mantra of all these discussions today, it is exactly the same thing. All the power professionals must have to think after PQRST because quality matters, not the quantity. So just to go ahead regarding to this, my first query is there. Just of course, with of introduction, you will be managing that particular query also. The last one goes off of quality matters that quantity. So Baldevji, you can start with this and introducing yourself. Whether quality and quantity, you must have to make this so which one should be given up a first priority. Because 2030, on already one tagline has come in which power to all been described by our Honorable Prime Minister. So it will be just like one contradictory. So you have to give the answer very correctly, very focusedly also, considering that quality matters for quantity. Please.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Okay, I'll introduce myself. Myself, Baldev Raj Naran. CEO Clarion Power System Limited. And the question is quality versus quantity. In fact, hello. In fact, we can't overlook anything. Quality is very important, but quantity also in a country like India where we need quantity also. So we need quantity at proper quality. So nothing is, you can say, can be sacrificed. We can't sacrifice quality for quantity, and we cannot sacrifice quantity because quality is not. Quality has to be maintained to get that to level of that quantity. And I think that is one thing. But quality as such in general, I will say, we have power quality issues today. The issues are mainly because we have different configuration of the loads. Today we have mainly non-linear loads. So non-linear loads, they are introducing the issues of quality. And we have to take care of these issues through various means. The two major things are their power quality management and reactive power management. They go hand in hand. So both have to be there in place. In fact, when we have this non-linearity in the system and we are having the reactive power management through standard systems like capacitors and all, we in fact spoil the power quality further. Although the capacitors and all, they don't introduce any harmonics except for Mr. Raghavan said, if it is a non-linear supply itself. Otherwise the capacitor don't introduce any harmonics, they only amplify the harmonics. They create resonance and they amplify the harmonics. So what we have to do is we have to use the reactive power systems in a judicious way. We have to use them with the systems, with the reactors, so that they don't cause resonance and they take out some of the, you can say, harmonics from the system also. So that is one thing. And then we have the most modern systems as well. I think we'll come later on to those questions as well, because there are other sections in that. And we have to see that we have the most modern system today. Earlier we started with simple capacitors, now we have with the reactors, and then we have the active systems where we directly kill the harmonics, whatever we generate through systems which we inject the harmonic currents which are opposite of the harmonic currents. And then earlier it was a low voltage active filter systems. Now what has happened is, and the reactive power compensation.
Yeah, Manoj, I'm sorry to interrupt in between.
Maybe I'm overstepping the.
Okay, so Paresh ji, please, your comments, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Paresh from Solar Instruments India Private Limited. Basically, Solar is a Pune-based manufacturer company, and we are into manufacture of various testing and measuring instruments like power quality analyzers, insulation testers, thermal cameras, and so on. So today's discussion is quantity versus quality. So I think I will agree to Mr. Baldev also that both goes in hand in hand. We are in the state that there are regions in India where there is no electrification till date. So there are regions that we need to do the electrification first. So the quantity goes, and there are parts where the India is going to modernization. The industry needs a good quality of power. It should be, as we discussed already in the before session also, it should be harmonics free. The voltage spikes well has to be controlled. So the quantity has to be also be taken care of, because all this industrialization, when we talk about the data centers, IT sectors, they need a good clean power to operate. Any fluctuation in the power can run down this particular industry. So that one point. And I think the one more topic what we discussed in before, like PQRST. So again, reliability, then we got about safety and security is also there. So I think the safety also matters, as we have seen the grid has to be much more safer side, because if the grid collapse, the entire system power region get collapsed. So we need to have a better cyber security for the grid management, and the safety, as we discussed from morning, as also the power gets starts from generation, transmission and distribution. So we need to have a safety at all these three parameters. Any eventually faculty can be kind of a destructive. So safety is also point of one concern we need to take care. Thank you. Yeah, please.
So in the morning also, one of the speaker told that there are villages which are not electrified. Once again he repeated, but I don't agree with that, because in 2019 we have declared that every village in the country is electrified. So from where you are getting the data, I don't know, because it is published in the CA website, which is an authorized website by Government of India, and under the Deen Dayal scheme, every village has been electrified. So that is first thing from my side. Secondly, we already have a quantity. When I talk about my utility, 3 crore is a quantity.
the matter is about quality, and exactly they go opposite to each other. Whenever there will be a more quantity, definitely it will hamper the quality. If we talk quality versus quantity, so we are trying to make it balance by increasing the efforts toward the quality. There are various aspects in the due course of time we will discuss, but for the quality versus quantity, already India is having a huge quantity. We have to focus on the quality.
Yeah, actually one of the another query also I am just going to have with you. Whenever any kind of energy consumption we basically mean, it is a question of the kilowatt hour part, the unit per unit we basically go for. For that sake also some of the passive elements we are using at present, which are also disturbing the quality matters. So how exactly we comment upon it? Because there are some policies are there, standards are there. They are also taking care of all these things, the kind of passive elements as like the inductive furnaces, then LED lamps, all these things.
So as a policy, MSEDCL has started KVH billing. Earlier it used to be KWH billing for the ST consumers. So from April 2020 we have started the KVH billing. For all the high tension consumers, now we bill them as per the KVH. So it is a regulations. In the India, if you want to create awareness, it is okay. They will listen it. म्हणजे मराठीत असं म्हणतात एखाद्या सभेला खूप गर्दी जमा होते पण वोट मिळत नाहीत. सो ते वोट मिळवण्यासाठी कुठेतरी हे करायला लागतं. सो फॉर दॅट देर हॅज टू बी सम रेग्युलेटरी पनिशमेंट्स. So KVH is one of the thing. It is for betterment of the power. Once you are going to KVH, if you really you are using power properly, KVH will be equal to KWH, so nothing harmful. If you are not using, that is there. And for the harmonics thing, we have been sending the notices to the consumers who are creating the bad harmonics. So further the punishment is the next step in the policy. So definitely for both of the things we are trying our best. Third part, which you may not be thinking a point of discussion on the forum, but I will like to put some light on that. In Maharashtra there are 48 lakh agriculture pumps, which are highest in the country. Out of 4 crore of agriculture pumps, 48 lakhs are the in MSEDCL only. So as per policy, we don't release any connection without capacitor for the reactive power compensation.
Good, good.
But later on, because of the energy illiteracy I pointed out in my first session, the capacitors are not in place. If we only can manage to install the capacitor properly, I can bet we will save more and more energy and we can give a better quality of power. So these are very basic things, but we are forgetting the ABCs and we are moving to Z level of discussions. So coming back to grassroots level.
Yeah, actually Baldevji, I will be asking the same question to you. Basically KWH kind of billing and KVH, as per the regulations have come up, and KVH also are planning for. But all the utilities and all the distributors or distribution companies, they are not also advocating for this KVH. So how do you just see and forecast all these things in Indian context?
Hello. This KVH and KWH debate has been going on for long, and we have KVH billing in most of the states today. Hardly few states are there, and they also will go to KVH billing. But what KVH billing we have, except for maybe couple of states, it is a fake KVH billing. There is no genuine KVH billing. Earlier Maharashtra also, they had a fake billing. The overcompensation was being ignored, and people used to put more than what was required.
I'm sorry, Baldevji, because the word itself, fake, will be often controversial term. But question is that, can you just clarify to the audience, basically the word, of course, I'm sorry to take all these things. Can you just elaborate it in the way of, because people are also interested to know what is that fake?
What I'm telling is, KVH means we should have a genuine KVH billing, where overcompensation as well as undercompensation both are punishable. If you don't achieve unity power factor, you have a extra billing. If you overachieve, then also you have a penal billing. So that was not available earlier, which Maharashtra has taken the lead. They have started that.
Okay.
And I got a bill, maybe once, the person was getting full incentive, 7%. And after this bleeding RKVH was started being measured, he had a 35% penalty. So that was the amount of overcompensation people were doing. So it is affecting the grid also, because you don't need so much of reactive power in the grid, and everybody is just to be on the safe side, just to get the full incentive, they are doing it. Like in many states like Punjab and all, they are still ignoring. Everybody is getting full KWH, and KVH is same. And nobody is actually maintaining the same KVH. If a genuine KVH comes, everybody will have maybe penalties to 5%, 10%, and that way. So that whatever we do, we have to do it sincerely and we have to do it correctly. That is not being done.
Yeah, that means we need to have those things was already been in the law, rule and regulations. Some of the teething problems are there still and it has to be overcome. You mean to say so?
They are not teething problems. There are lobbies.
Okay.
Which are coming in the way of this implementation, maybe.
Okay. Actually, Deepak, we wanted to listen to you, and this particular one is also one of the debate throughout your comments.
Exactly. There are few states in India, like there is already a penalty on the harmonics also. So as per the CA norms, the current harmonics should be under 8% and the voltage harmonics should be under 5%. So unless and until there is no penalty, people will not be installing the harmonics filters, AHF. So I think once there is a penalty, people will be start installing this kind of a system.
Yeah, it's a good point, but your answer was something different, not related to this KBS, but still, upon his answer, I am just taking the point like this. We know very well the third harmonic is one of the disturbing factor in the electrical sense. So right now, those are creator the third harmonics, they are also gaining. You can see they are paying less quantum of, because the regulation not been addressed properly and all. Especially, you must be discussing about the third harmonic creator, and those are also observing those third harmonics. Basically, those are creator, they are not paying more, and those are observing, they are paying more, because of the fundamental way the billings are getting done. So third harmonic is not being considered and all. How do you just comment upon this particular point?
Harmonics as such, we are lacking in regulations. There are no regulations as far as the power quality mitigation systems are there, because people will invest only if there is an ROI. And maybe some organized sector, they may have for their own interests some measures, they can afford it. But normally people don't invest at all in power quality measures. And regulations is the major challenge. If we have the regulations, then only it will come. Now the regulations also are two-pronged. Like in Maharashtra, MSEDCL, Patni Sahab will agree. They have proposed penalties on harmonics, current harmonics, for the consumers. And there are reverse penalty for voltage harmonics on the MSEDCL. And this is also a good step, but maybe there is a resistance, could be. I don't know whether it is really there or not, but there seems to be a resistance, because if this is implemented, the utilities may have to pay more penalties than they get the penalties from the consumer.
Exactly.
Because the people who are being catered by the utilities, there are in large numbers, and they will all get maybe polluted power, and all have to be compensated. There are very few people maybe who are polluting the harmonics beyond certain level of IEEE 519. So the penalties they will receive will be less, and penalties they may have to pay will be more. So it seems the implementation is not that genuine, and it is not that much, you can say, forceful from unity.
That means you mean to say so that there is a flaw in the regulation. It needs to be addressed and it needs to be taken.
Regulation is a major challenge.
Yes, okay. So Patni Sahab, actually this one was exactly extracted from his kind of statement. Flaw is in there in the regulations. So how do you just comment upon this related to this harmonics?
We are trying our best. What he pointed is correct, and regulation, once the regulation comes, we will implement it as per the rules. Currently we are trying to create the awareness into that, and what he used, maybe he was thinking about using incorrect bill, but in the flow he used the fake billing. So fake would be a wrong word on the dais, but incorrect, correct for the overcompensation there was nothing. Now in the KVH billing it has been added, so more correct billing is being done. So in the for the consumers on the LT side and 20 kW above, we have proposed the KVH billing. So for Maharashtra it will be done maybe in next year because meter readiness was the challenge for that. ST consumer was a limited number. In the LT also it will be done, and followed by the harmonics things.
Yeah, correct. Actually, one more point, actually, I am just going to take extract from the last session. PQ analyzer is just a tool. It's not a solution kind of things. So on that base, if it will be considered that or some of the kind of recommendation comes, PQ analyzer will be keeping in each and every consumers and all. So how like it will solve? If it is a tool only, and will not be doing everything on across that particular tool, how will you manage that particular one? So, Parasji, please.
Yeah, definitely. As we all know that PQ is just a tool, but as the technological advancement, we have the AI and machine learning coming into picture. So once we have this data in our database, the machine learning and the IoT and the AI should do the algorithm, and based on that, we can do the analysis like what kind of fluctuations is there in the power, like it can be a voltage spike or swell, or the harmonics, and depending on that, we can take a measure. So I think in the future, when you talk about the IoTs, AI and machine learning, this will come into the picture, we will be taking care.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. One more thing also, I will just add it over here and to take the discussion in that level. Basically what happens right now, people have got all sort of things in available, wherever there it is available. Solution is there and everywhere. Only one lacking is there as per the awareness. And as far the general case is concerned, the Indian consumers, what they do, they have been accustomed with a kind of practices in the old conventional, and to get acceptance of the new kind of things, it creates some kind of, acceptance doesn't make in that way, and the transition creates an issue. So what are those solutions we can have at least? Basically the transition of old conventional to the new kind of things whenever we go for.
Transition to
New technology. Suppose the kind of consumers are there, we are asking them, having their old kind of conventional meters are there, asking them to go for like these smart meters and something like that.
As far as power quality is concerned, meter has only a role to indicate what is wrong. The solution lies in basically the systems, mitigation systems. And we have the most modern systems available today. Earlier we started with only passive capacitors, which were polluting the power quality further. They were, in fact, harmonic, suppose you have 10%, they were making it 20% because of the resonance. Then we started with the reactors in that, so that there is no further improvement. There may not be much reduction, but there was no further, you can say, escalation of the problem. Then we came out with the active filters also. So that is further giving the solution. And then we had earlier these solutions available as per the, you can say, requirements of the very different places. We could put it LV, medium voltage or HT. And now we have automation available even at HT level. The capacitors earlier, they used to be fixed capacitors on HT. Now we have automation at that level also. So we can correct the systems, correct the harmonics even at higher level. We can correct some harmonics at lower level. We can have, suppose, third harmony, we can have a separate filter there. So that is there. And we have now not only this low voltage active filters, we also have high voltage active filters, or other, you can say, STATCOMs, which do both the jobs. They can take care of the harmonics and they can take care of the reactive power control also. So the technology is there. So these tools are available, and that development is continuous.
Actually, Baldalji, I can just make it that particular all of your point in this sense, that Bhar compensator is the only tool which will be going for managing the stability of the system. So whenever the Bhar compensator comes into picture, two things come, either the reactor or the capacitor and all. You are recommending that we should have the STATCOM. But question of keeping the STATCOM is the solution. Again, in what way Indian context we are now ready? Perhaps can you just add it? In what way, if the recommendation comes that we should go for the STATCOM, in what way in Indian context we are ready to accept it?
See, it all comes to the technological advancement acceptance only. But the first and the foremost is the awareness between the people. We need to make more awareness between the people that this kind of a technology is available so that they can adapt it. And based on that, as Sir said, we have a STATCOM and we have APFC panels to and HF, all these different kind of systems are there to monitor the power. So I think that can be useful.
Yeah, actually your comments relating to the STATCOM, people will accept it in due course of time. We have seen the shift from KWH to KVH. In the initial days, there will be some issue because the activists and the study groups have polluted the faith about the utilities. If 1 in 100 bill is wrong, they highlight it as everything is wrong. So that creates a sense of insecurity in the minds of people. So there is a resistance to accepting the things. But later on, when the things come up, it happens. In 2020, when we started the KVH billing, our earlier 6 months were just like a fight with the people. They were thinking that we are doing something illegal and illogical and doing that. Later on, gradually, it happened. It will be done.
Something more about the STATCOM. I did not say that I am promoting STATCOM. Only thing is the STATCOM has become important because of the CA guidelines. For renewable sector, we were compensating through switched capacitor banks, switched shunt reactor banks. And there, because there is a large scale penetration of renewable power. Particularly in Rajasthan, they had in 2022, 28 isolations of more than 1,000 megawatt of renewable power were isolated. And they thought maybe if the STATCOM was there, it could have been saved. But the reason for which they are they have brought STATCOM.
Okay, sir. Actually, the one you told me, you recommended, and also, of course, so we are ever ready to accept it. Only cost to managers and
There are two things. One is that STATCOM at 33 kV level. Now, most of the systems are integrated at 33 kV level.
Yes.
We don't have the technology in India. We are importing it. That is one resistance will be there for that also. But the other thing is the reason for which they are asking that the STATCOM will solve the problem, it will not solve. Because the problems are elsewhere. There is a very low short circuit ratio. The inverters are not properly tuned. They are not properly selected. And those issues are there. And there is a great inertia is not there in the system. So all these things STATCOM cannot solve. STATCOM can only give you an instant correction.
Okay,
it is a better solution.
Actually, we're running out of time, and we are just coming to the audience and show our means a beautiful audience. I think you must be expecting some queries from the experts and all. Once again, I'm repeating. Have you all just experienced the essence of a PQRST? If you have felt the essence of a PQRST, then definitely there will be 1 or 2 queries. Ma'am, actually, you can take 1 or 2 queries. 1 2 queries. So please just come up with queries if any point is there.
So queries are always welcome. That means, wonderful.
Please.
Mic runner, please.
Okay.
Would like to know where these AHFs could be better used, whether at the highest level in the network or towards the load.
AHF. No, AHF today is mostly available at low voltage.
Okay.
Most high voltage, mainly we have STATCOM application, but it can also have a feature to take care of some harmonics. But basically we are having high voltage up to 33 kV STATCOMs. And it is only a very additional feature. AHF normally is only at the low voltage level.
Now, my question was, even in the low voltage level, whether I should use it near the transformer, output of my distribution transformer, or towards the load end?
It is an economical question. It is not a technical thing.
Okay.
What happens is if you put it near the transformer, you will take care of all the problems down the line.
Okay.
And you will save your penalties or you can meet the regulations. But if you put it near the load, near the point where the harmonics are generated, you have the maximum cleaning, you have the maximum impact. It will clean the system upwards. Wherever you put the active filter, it will, the system above that will be clean. Downwards it will remain as it is.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Any other queries? Yes, please.
One more question up there.
Yeah.
All right. Please.
My question is to Patni sir, since the implementation of power quality regulations is the responsibility of distribution licensee from monitoring point of view, so whether is there any capacity building of the distribution licensees engineers plan is there, because the subject is quite complex and the upgradation of the knowledge of the engineers related to the market is expected.
It will be done because we have a specialized testing divisions. We have a separate team of people who are doing only technical job, because rest other O&M is engaged in the techno-commercial parameters, but testing division is one area which is only working in the technical part. So whatever you are expecting is in thinking, and it is already being done, because my people from testing division are getting more and more acquainted with the knowledge about the power quality and all that.
Oh,
I would like to add something here. The harmonic mitigation or the power quality improvement responsibility, maybe it lies to some extent with utilities, but basically it is responsibility of the consumers.
Yeah.
Because the distribution, transmission or generation, they are all very clean systems. They don't generate any harmonics, they don't generate any power quality issues. They get it from the consumers and they have to just discipline the consumer. Their job is only to discipline and to monitor.
No.
But the responsibility of taking action is at the consumer level.
My question was, this is a noble thinking that everyone will install the power quality equipments at their end and they will comply the regulations. But someone has to monitor the compliance of the regulations. So
Monitoring will be utilities responsibility, doing will be the consumer's responsibility, and regulatory commission will give the guidelines. So it is in the process. My people are already there. Good experience for this subject matter, and if anything required, we are there to do it.
Yeah, sure. One question was there from your side?
One last question, yes sir.
This is actually, we at area we have a forum where we address the common issues for solar integrators. We have been getting quite a good number of complaints that the voltage at the tail end level increases after the on-grid inverter starts. If you switch off the inverter, grid voltage is quite okay. It is in between, say, per phase to phase, it is maybe 229 or 230 or maximum 235. Once you start the on-grid inverter, it keeps on rising till it touches 270 and it trips. Now, we have tried, some of us, we have actually visited the site. These are all not very high power.
Actually, you do not have any query. You are actually having one solution you will decide.
No, this is the query. Now, what is the solution on this?
You have rightly told, now you have got the solution and you are doing that job.
No, we have a forum where we provide for solution. So we are facing this problem quite common from multiple locations. It is starting from 100 kVA to 3 kVA single phase. I mean, that's the kind of a band we have. The similar problem that voltage keeps increasing till the grid, the inverter trips.
So I'll try to just answer about this thing. You have an over voltage issue in the grid. And no, grid is stable. Grid is stable, but when you are putting the inverter on and off, then the problem is coming.
When the grid inverter, on-grid inverter starts, it keeps on slowly building up voltage till it reaches 270.
Can you take it in the, okay. T session we can take it. I know, so I will be giving some solutions.
Thank you, sir.
Because we are running short of time and man is just looking up. Yes, in that.
Discuss this separately.
Actually, just I will take 10 seconds for it. Basically, I just wanted to speak to you once again. Please think about PQRST. Because that is the power with quality, reliability, safety and security with innovative technology what we have with us. So all the power professionals sitting over here, just keep this a mantra, PQRST. So thank you, ma'am. So thank you all the speakers and experts for this session. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
I really have to learn some tricks from Mr. Patnaik, but thank you. He always manages to put his word forth. Thank you for being our moderator and thank you, panel. We'll proceed with our felicitation ceremony. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी श्री नरेंद्र द्विवेदी जी को सामने आए. He's not there. I would request Mr. Patnaik to please felicitate everyone up here. We'll begin with Mr. Baldev Rajnaran. Sir, thank you for joining us on the panel and speaking. We also would like to extend our thanks to Mr. Paresh Sirasia. And Dr. Santosh, we have one for your team. Can you please put your hands together for Dr. Santosh Patni? Thank you, panel members. Can we have a picture before we leave the dais here?
Actually, one of the point just asked by Patni Sahab, because we only could able to discuss PQ, and the ma'am did not allow for RST. RST part we could not take up, and I will be having this suggestion whenever EPS will be taken up in another places which you have mentioned. Please kindly take this point that RST should have to be there.
I hope the organizers are also listening to that. Thank you. Thank you. The next panel session is also about power. We do have one more solar discussion happening as session number 6. For now, power infrastructure investment, balancing cost, efficiency and environmental impact. The agendas involve the evolving energy landscape, challenges and opportunities, infrastructure investment in a clean energy future, cost versus benefit analysis, evaluating infrastructure projects, the grid of the future, smart grid and digitalization, forecasting and scheduling and real-time deviation settlement of renewable energy for large-scale integration in the grid, and environmental considerations in power infrastructure development. हमारे पैनल मेंबर्स हैं मिस्टर रिपुंजन पारक, डायरेक्टर सेल्स ईटन पावर क्वालिटी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. डॉक्टर सुरेखा देशमुख, डोमेन कंसल्टेंट सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्रैक्टिस TCS पुणे. Engineer P.K. Patnaik, Senior General Manager, Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Limited. Dr. Anand Sant, Associate Director, Eden Infrastructure Advisory Private Limited. Can we please have the ladies and gentlemen on the dais? The moderator for this session is Mr. Sudhir Budhe, Project Consultant for Solar Projects, Retired Director, Business Algorithms Private Limited, Nagpur. This would be a 30-minute discussion. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Last time it reduced now. Okay. So welcome. See, power infrastructure investment, balancing cost, efficiency, environmental impact. This is a vast subject, and when you talk of infrastructure, it actually incorporates so many factors, so many things that maybe 30 minutes could be very short period. But let us try and address the pointers that are provided to us. I would first request each of the panel members present here to introduce themselves and tell us brief about their experience, and slowly we will take up this matter. Except me. Why not? You can repeat, sir.
So, good evening, audience. My name is Ripunjay Parekh. I lead the sales for the power distribution business for Eaton Power Quality Private Limited. Eaton is a leading power management company working globally in the space of electrical as well as the mechanical power. And I would be really happy to share my experiences, especially on the power distribution systems as well as the final distribution systems, how the landscape is changing, how the technology is changing, and how do we bring the RST part to the consumers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Surekha. I do come with an experience of around 2 decades in the field of power and energy sector. And as an experience and expertise of mine is concerned, I belong to the space of data analytics and AI ML capabilities. And also I work as a domain consultant at GCS for sustainability practice, where we do bring to the table for utility industry along with other industries specifically what they should do in the space of sustainability, net zero, carbon footprint, circular business, and environmental KPIs. So I'm very happy to join this esteemed panel where I'll be able to contribute from my experience. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Dr. Armand. I'm basically a technocrat having an experience of more than 30 years in the power system. And I had worked with regulatory commissions and working in the various consulting field in the policy and regulatory matters. So in these sessions, I would like to discuss or throw some light on what is the cost or how the large-scale RE integration can be managed into the grid, and what is the necessary framework specified by the regulators for that. Thank you.
Welcome all of you. So coming to our first point, the evolving energy landscape, challenges and opportunities. What is your view on this?
So we heard our previous panel speakers talking about how, let's say, the electricity is reaching across the country and how the power is available. But when we look at the landscape and what are the mega trends that are happening, maybe I would like to highlight 4 major mega trends that we see as Eaton. The first is, let's say, the electrification part. The way the consumption of power is happening, especially when we talk of now the adoption of EV technologies. We believe in the next 10 years, more than 50% of the power that is getting generated will get used by the EV. And that's where we need to ensure that our systems are geared up to generate that extra power, to build the infrastructure to feed that power. The second major mega trend that we see is in terms of the renewable energy, and we heard a lot of speakers talking about it. The pace at which the renewable energy is getting adopted in India, we are one of the global benchmarks. A big hats off to the policies being driven by the utilities as well as the government. How do we ensure that these renewable power becomes a part of our mainstream system? The opportunities that are going to come, maybe for India, we see close to 380 gigawatts of renewable power is going to get added in the next 7 years. The third major mega trend, what we see is the digitalization part. Today, as we talked about, it's a power in itself is available, but then how do we really bring in the information, the digitalization by which we are able to take intelligent decisions in terms of bringing the quality of power. And the fourth major mega trend we see is the resilience, especially when we talk of, let's say, having multiple sources of power. At the same time, one of the major trends that's going to come in is the how do you store that power for a use when the need is more. And how do you integrate, let's say, the storage power, the reliable power, renewable power, the grid power. So the microgrid, smart grids that are going to get built up to address this issue, that is going to be a major mega trend. So this is what I see is the future that's going to happen.
Madam, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, only request, I think in this case, ticking at this particular clock is that we really need to run the marathon. So I do agree with what Mr. Parikh mentioned, and this is something like there are 4 dimensions. We have started rigorously into digitalization, decarbonization, deregulation, and now data and analytics. Along with these 4 dimensions, we do see the transformation in the energy systems in terms of safety and sustainability. So this is what is my answer for your first one.
Yeah, actually I will be coming one day out of it, that is for decentralization. Basically what happens right now, as I told you, in each and every pan-India, having the all kind of distributed energy resources. all those resources are available at in all the places. But question is that of harvesting those energies, and if it is not to be transmitted to the local centers or the load centers and all, then that has got no meaning. In the morning also we are having of those discussions and all. So the landscaping of all these things in a correct manner and all, policy must have to be very stringent. If it is not the question, I'm sorry of taking the word of stringent, policy must be flexible. That such a kind of things cannot be taken in one place at Odisha, in one kind of things are there, in Maharashtra some other and some other. As per the site scenario, what the things needed, considering that the generation should have to reach to the load center, we should have the proper way how it is to get and connected and everything to consider, and all these things to be available over there. Such kind of policies should have to be in flexible mode, so that things will be taken and everyone will be coming up. And another point also, we are every time discussing about regarding the awareness. Morning also we are discussing the kind of awareness. Whenever we talk about this kind of technology sitting over in the AC room right now here, but taking those things and totally population to the people, those who will be there in getting that benefit, they must be knowing the greater way, then only support will come. If those kind of supports will not be there, then I do not want to take here the Indian politics, how it is going on, the similar things may happen. I'm sorry to say, but these are the things just to get a correlate of all these things. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. So now this conference is also meant for the sustainability and development of the renewable energy sources, particularly because one S is related to the solar. So with this addition of variable renewable energy sources into the grid, wind, solar, whether it is it can be easily absorbed into the grid, what is the framework behind that, and how to manage the large-scale RE integration into the grid. Right from the distribution renewable energy sources up to the grid level renewable energy sources, maybe in megawatt scale, hundreds of megawatt scale. In Rajasthan, 200, 300 megawatt scale solar plant is being installed. At distribution level, for 1 kW, 5 kW, 10 kW systems are being installed. When this is accommodated into the system, the grid is who is managing the everything, whether this grid is, whether free ride is available on to use the grid, whether how the grid will be balanced, how the real-time load balance is maintained, what is the cost of that. So it comes with the framework called the renewable energy scheduling and forecasting and scheduling framework, which is being notified by the various regulatory commissions, and that implementation of that regulations is very important from point of view to large-scale integration into the skill. So this should be known to the generators also, and even for the consumer side also, because consumer finally going to balance its demand along with the availability of the generation. Because generation side cannot be changed as per the requirement of the load, which is the main phenomena of the solar and wind generation. It is intermittent into by nature. So that management framework is also need to be known to the everyone. So the part which awareness which he was talking, the main important that this is also the grid management and the balancing cost also need to be considered while doing all the planning of the future projects also.
Since you have touched the point of forecasting and scheduling, let us continue the same point, and may I have your feedback individual on the same point?
Yeah, I would like to add to what Anand Sant sir has initiated, the dialogue around forecasting. What is most important in this case is like to be able to achieve what we want to achieve whenever we are going to have a huge amount of renewable penetration into the grid, along with tariff support, along with expected techno-economical analysis done. Here the play of data analytics is very, very critical. You have got humongous data, and the very important aspect of this data is intermittency, randomness and uncertainty, because here we are talking about a fuel which is natural resource, and we have been witnessing tremendous potential of applying data analytics, AI ML tools, deep learning to be able to help public utilities, private utilities to forecast accurately these renewable power from resource management point of view. Similarly, the another factor in our power sector is load. Load is obviously whatever we do it for load fulfillment, and load is another variable which has got a kind of a random variation, and that's why data analytics and AI plays important role for giving this balancing mechanism between resource and load demand, creating respective predictive tools on both sides of a coin, so that we'll be able to maintain our grid to required security, reliability, stability, and even techno-economical say applications.
May I add my question to you?
Yes.
What is the forecast period that you are talking? In the sense, is it in hours or days or,
Yes, now actually this is a very interesting question. As per time series modeling is concerned, these are all time series parameters. And if you take example of say load forecasting based on the type of utility and the type of responsibility that stakeholder has, they can go ahead with 15 minutes of load forecasting, half an hour of load forecasting, 1 hour of load forecasting, and sometimes as per peer-to-peer trading is concerned, which is much at a lower voltage side, you may need to forecast a load of almost 5 minutes of a timeline. So these kind of time frames gets decided based on what is the role of that stakeholder in this ecosystem of power sector 1, and based on that the historical time availability of historical data and the need of use of appropriate AI tool is going to be a governing factor in deciding the success of this thing.
Yes.
Just I want to add this point that as per the I will give the regulatory framework for this, because the forecasting requirement is on a day-ahead basis in India, that all the RE generators need to give their 15-minute time block basis schedule to the SLDC on a day-ahead basis, and they have given the facility to revise their schedule during intraday operation during 16 times a day. So even for 1.5 hours before, you can predict if the weather is changing, and with the AI tools which are available, you can forecast more accurately when you reaches that time. If you want to given the forecast at 4 p.m. something, and now it is a 3 p.m. So you are in a more better position to estimate your generation, and you have given the opportunity to correct your schedule. Because when you do not correct your schedule, your deviation is calculated based on the actual minus schedule. When your schedule goes wrong, your actual is not in your control, because it is going to be generated there. So if you increase your deviation quantum, you will end up in paying a more deviation charges. And this deviation charges sometimes may be around 15 to 20 paisa per unit. So if you are getting a PPA rate of 2 rupees 70 paise or 2 rupees 60 paise, the 15 paise or 18 paise is already lost. And this loss cannot be compensated even by the consumer to whom you are selling the power. Distribution licensee is not responsible for that. So it is purely your loss.
And with the Goa coming in, that green open access likely to roll out shortly, maybe another one month, 2 months, whatever time frame. Do you feel that the new plants coming up, a smaller capacity plant coming up, will be able to manage this kind of this responsibility of giving forecast and modifying them maybe 1.5 hours in advance? What is your take, sir? Or who, sir, wants to answer?
So my belief is while at an industrial level you are in a position to forecast your loads, you have the maximum connected loads and you have the regular demands. One element of uncertainty going forward is going to come as I said, about the e-vehicles. When people are going to charge, where they are going to charge, it's all a matter of uncertainty. And that's where we believe one of the solutions is going to be, let's say, how do you reduce your dependence on these uncertainties? When there's an excess power, how do you store it? And when there's a peak demand, how do you shave off that peak without really burdening your grid or burdening your, let's say, existing infrastructure and feed the power. The good way of doing it is definitely a utility grade energy storage system, and that's where the government is also contemplating a policy that the DISCOMs will have to maybe say up to 1% of their power has to compulsorily come from the storage. It makes more sense for the users also to have these storage systems at the decentralized level and maybe seamlessly integrate into your grid. And I can tell you this is practical because here in Pune itself, Eaton has the innovation center where these technologies are actually working. We have the solar power sitting on the rooftop. We have 2 utility sources feeding the power to the facilities. We have diesel generator sets and we have energy storage. And this EcoStruxure works beautifully. And today the software system is available to give you a beautiful dashboard, a live dashboard, which tells you exactly what is happening in your system. So the important point about knowledge, forecasting and continuous data, I think so this is practical and we are going to see it happening very quickly.
Yes, madam, what you would like to add?
What I want to add over here is this is exactly the kind of transition that we are seeing in our legacy system. We always used to talk of an integrated systems, but nowadays we are going back to distributed system because we know that the way there is a variability and a dynamicity has increased, the only answer to handling all these complexities which are actually giving us opportunities are in terms of distributed energy sources. And I'm very happy to share with Mr. Parikh that from IEEE side, we are very much closely associated with Eaton Technology Center, which is at Pune, and multiple, associates of Eaton Technologies, they are member of IEEE, and day before yesterday, I had been to your center at Pune, where your technology director, Clevin, wanted to have an IEEE awareness program for the associates of Eaton, because they are mainly into this business of decarbonization, battery storage systems and all. So indirectly, what I mean to say is like, we are living in this advanced stage of transformed electricity sector where EV is there as a kind of an helping hand sometimes, but it has also increased the dynamicity from operator standpoint. And that's one of the reasons in this entire advancement phase of power sector, I always look at data analytics and AI tools and intelligent controllers to be able to learn from that data and understand how your system is behaving and then give those insights to the controller. Sometimes there may be a kind of a human intervention that can be required, but then only we'll be able to see that yes, whatever we are aiming towards, taking care of entire value chain of electricity utility industry, will be able to fulfill load demand with expected power quality, reliability, security, and every aspects of segments of our field.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry, I will take with the due permission of yours. All these discussions, what it is going on, basically it aims for 2 terminology. One is called techno-economical, one is called techno-commercial. But if you talk about the techno-economical, definitely the people, those are just associated to that, like using and all these things, they will be feeling that it should be of a techno-economical. But those are the solution provider, giving the service and all, they will be thinking about the techno-commercial. So we must have to balance it. How to balance it? Suppose the techno-commercial matter we are not considering, then automatically we may not be having the good service providers. But if you are just availing them, then the one which you are having, those are of techno-economical. So this is the very, very kind of things, the break-even we must have to judge. Accordingly, we must have to proceed. That's why I am talking about that. The forum should have to be there, or the people, those are regulators should have to be there. They must have to have the flexible law, rule, regulations, and wherever it is the system-based or wherever the situational based, things should have to be changed. Because sometimes also it is need of the way, though it is techno-economical, we cannot go for, we must have to attend for the techno-commercial matter. This is the most important part.
And coming to the environmental considerations, after all these kind of changes in the infrastructure, smart grid, smart metering, and the induction of wind and solar, all sorts of RE power, how do you comment on that or react on that?
Maybe on the environment aspect, I would say, and I believe personally, everything that we do has to be with a clear focus of sustainability in mind. In fact, the entire G20 community talked of the one single thing, how do we make our planet safe for our next generation? And that's where we talk of, let's say, even in the power, and especially maybe Patnaik sir will know, as we talk of the higher voltages in the system today, there's a prominent use of SF6 gas to do the insulation, which is actually it's a very dangerous, it's 30,000 times more dangerous than carbon dioxide. So we take a lead in, let's say, bringing technologies that will effectively continue to bring down the size of the switchgear, but without the use of SF6. And I'm happy to say today the utilities are much progressive. In Mumbai, we have close to maybe say 300 installations with solid insulated switchgear. And last week, Bangalore Metro, they introduced one of the new technologies in an underground substation which was powered by the Eaton switchgear. So Eaton is committed to driving the technologies to bring the environment in a more environmentally friendly manner. Yeah.
This is some of the pointers where I can certainly address with some authority, because I have been practicing some developing data-driven solutions for utility industry across globe. Obviously, I do look forward for Indian power sector also one of them. And environmental aspect is very, very important for utility industry, because if we just globally do a survey or just open any report of McKinsey or Deloitte, you will find comparing industry sectors like mechanical industry, transportation industry, electricity industry is treated to be one of them who have got good amount of carbon footprint. And that's one of the reason I'm excluding hard to abate industries that way. I'm just, if at all we have to only focus on utility industry, then yes, 100% we are answerable for certain environmental KPIs, where out of 15 to 16 total environmental KPIs, electricity value chain, including generation, transmission, distribution, and somewhere retail utility, we are accountable for computing scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emission. Now this emission, though it primarily focuses on, say, global warming potential, as sir mentioned, we have switchgear, and in case of SF6 switchgear, a small amount of leakage of SF6 gets accounted in terms of thousands of equivalents of kg CO2 equivalent 1, and it is very much toxic. And that's why the KPIs which are very much relevant for utility industry, where all of us as required from reporting and disclosure standpoint, though we follow say SASB or we follow GRI or we go ahead with SBTi targets, you need to compute all these KPIs, starting with global warming potential. Second one is change of land use. This is very, very important when you have your substations installed. The utilization of that land is changed and you put gravel onto that, and then the behavior of that soil gets changed. And now every utility industry is accountable to documenting how much is the KPI which goes because of water usage, how much is the KPI that is answerable for change of land use. The additional KPI is like human toxicity, where a small percentage of leakage of SF6, small percentage of leakage from oil field transformers, oil field cables, we are deteriorating this quality of, say, biodiversity, in other words. So I have been handling, or I have been discussing with multiple customers across globe based on their material aspects, where the material aspect starts with computing these KPIs, and that's why sustainability and climate change and reporting and disclosure has become very, very important for electricity utility for that matter. And then supply chain, because we do have a huge amount of construction and civil work which is involved, though it is a kind of a substation or though it's a kind of a standalone, say, transformer systems. You have to trench the entire landscape so ever as to dig your cable. So there is a kind of an element of use of steel, concrete, cement, and all those kind of materials where we never used to take care of them in sense of accountability. Now everything that you do, you are accountable for that kind of an environmental footprint, and that's one of the reason, like the way we are observing transition in technology, transition towards embracing greener and greener technology, we really are now answerable for our responsibility towards, say, Mother Earth, climate and sustainability. So these are some important aspects. that every utility across globe, they are actually taking up as important business say opportunities, and we have been there at TCS helping and working with multiple utilities to carve out their sustainability roadmap and giving them some sort of a solution.
Yeah, actually this we are just supplementing. I'm just supplementing to ma'am's reply to it, because that's why we told these are all of a situational kind of things. Wherever the situation demands, as per the climatic condition, let it be one point, or as per the requirement point of view concern. So things should have to be considered in that base only. And second point I have to say, solution, technology, everything is available, even if India also available. Because I am giving a small example. Whenever you go for any kind of conferences, also the techno show, you will be finding not only one exhibitor is coming, the similar kind of things, solution is coming by the 5-6 exhibitors. But whenever the 5-6 exhibitors are coming, one exhibitor will be having up some special feature that may not be there with some other. Then finally, all the way, all 5-6 exhibitors are there. They will be coming to just explain to you their pro and parts. But basically the con parts, pros part they will go, but the con parts, they may not be showing so. But it's not the way of considering so. You have to be intelligent, and sometimes also what happens, the overestimate kind of thing happens. So some of the few estimate solutions are there. Sometimes also just getting the things from them, we do go for availing those technology which are not required in Indian context sometimes. So you have to be, you are the real judge, you have to be doing the things. If you are the utility side, I am just talking about the utility perspective. But thing is there, you must have to judge of your own. That's why again the point comes, just on your point I have to say, that needs of awareness. It's a very good point, and ma'am also told very correctly, that needs of the awareness. So with this, Mr. Singh, would you like to add something on it?
Yeah, the environmental impact is always seen on over a life cycle, and it is the responsibility of the technocrats to bring the facts before the policymakers. Because whenever any technology has some environmental impact, that should not be hid, and that policy should not be framed without knowing that. Because everything here we are sitting only to select the something good between the available choices. It is not that we are selecting the best. Always each and every technology has its environmental impact, and nothing is sustainable forever. So there is a relative and comparison. So that first it is the responsibility of the technocrats to bring out the facts before the policymaker. Then only policymakers can take the decisions and do the policy which can be sustainable. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very enlightening discussion on various aspects, right from environment to the future landscape of the power scenario. I think our time is up, and Madam is standing here, so I would...
Thank you, sir. You know, when I read in the morning, in my head I had passion and power going on. I never thought this red is going to be a stop signal, but thank you for respecting the color and our time. And gentlemen, I hope that we have some questions. So when we have questions, that means that we heard the discussion. And it was a heated, good discussion out there. Anyone, you have to raise your hand if you have queries. If you don't have queries, we would be breaking for a high tea in a few minutes. You can surely network around.
So if you declare high tea, then there won't be any query.
I totally understand, but I also understand the need of coffee, I think, in people, because droopy eyes won't be able to grab everything. Thank you. So I believe there are no questions. I cannot see any hands up in the air. All right, thank you. एक बार तालियां हो जाए हमारे पैनल मेंबर्स के लिए. मैं आगे बुलाना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर वेंकटेश राघवन को, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर TDK India Private Limited. Do we have Dr. Venkatesh Raghavan with us? Okay, he's not around. Since I don't have a lot of names in my hand, do we have Mr. Rohan Shilar with us? Baldev sir, I think why don't you please come ahead, sir? एक बार बलदेव सर के लिए तालियां हो जाए. Sir, I would request you to please felicitate our panel members. We would like to thank Mr. Ripunjan Parekh for being with us in this panel discussion. We would also like to extend our thanks and gratitude towards Dr. Surekha Deshmukh. We acknowledge and appreciate you, Engineer P.K. Patnaik. So finally, you're getting the memento. Finally, he got it. So thank you for being the constant presence with us today. We would like to extend our thanks to Dr. Anand Sant. और अपना धन्यवाद हम बढ़ाते हैं हमारे मॉडरेटर की तरफ, मिस्टर सुधीर बुधे. थैंक यू सर. So Mr. Sudhir has already received the memento. I believe we would just give you a verbal thank you. Can we have a group picture, please? On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 20 minutes high tea break. We would again begin panel session 6. We'll reconvene here in next 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's an update.
कोणाचा तरी फोन राहिलेला
पटनायक साहब, आपका फोन है क्या? लो फोन.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to reconvene after the high tea break. I'll request you to please carry your cup of coffee or mug to your table. हमारा समय कीमती है, साथ ही साथ आपका भी। इस समय को हम बचाते हुए, सदुपयोग करते हुए सेशन नंबर 6 की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। You are at EPS Business Meet Pune 2023, and we have been conferencing on empowering the future innovations in electrical, power and solar technologies. Our presenting partners are Dynamo, Gold Sponsor, Janitza, Nova, Table Partners, True Power Limited, LS Electric, Module Partners, Jinko Solar, On-Site Branding Partner, Gotham Solar, Finance Partners, SIDBI, Brand Sponsors, Gloucester, The Rock, ST Electricals, WACAB and PFC. Our stall partners, TJSB Sehkari Bank Limited, Sonora, Srini Link, Success Engineering, Uprotec, Autolite, Silver Line Electricals, Ramalex, Prolite, Clarion Power, True Power Limited, Digvijay Industries, Brother Archer Pride, Pinnacle, Mahavitaran and Shri Engineering. People, can we please have everyone on their seats again? Thank you. Our sixth panel session is focused on solar. The agenda for the same is innovations in solar PV technology, efficiency improvements and emerging concepts. मैं फिर से विनती करूंगी हमारे गेस्ट से, हमारे ऑडियंस से, हमारे पैनल मेंबर से, कृपया अपनी अपनी कुर्सियों पर विराजमान हो जाएं। अपनी चाय की ग्लास, कप और कॉफी के मग्स आप लेकर आ सकते हैं अपने टेबल पर। हमारी छठी पैनल डिस्कशन के एजेंडाज हैं ट्रेंड्स इन सोलर पीवी एफिशिएंसी, एडवांसमेंट्स इन सोलर सेल एफिशिएंसी, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन सोलर मटेरियल्स, बाइफेशियल सोलर पैनल्स कैप्चरिंग एनर्जी फ्रॉम बोथ साइड्स, energy storage integration with solar PV, emerging concepts, quantum dots and nanotechnology, innovations in single axis tracker technology, and the future of solar, predictions and speculations. इसी मौके पे मैं पैनल मेंबर्स को सामने बुलाना चाहूंगी डायस पे, and once again audience, please collect your coffee mugs, be seated. It's our last panel session and then we proceed towards awards and recognition. ये हमारा आखिरी चरण है आज के कॉन्फ्रेंस का। Thank you. And the panel members for this discussion are Mr. Vijay Ghatole, Head of Distributed Generation, Jinko Solars. Sir, I request you please join us on the dais. Mr. Shantanu Sirsat, Technical Head India, Shenzhen Growat New Energy Co. Limited. Shailesh Vaidya, Co-founder, CEO, Scorpius Trackers Private Limited. Mr. Hiten Parekh, AVP CNI O2 Power Private Limited. And Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh, President, Solar Novasis Green Energy Private Limited. Our moderator for this session will be Mr. Jaideep Malviya, Managing Director, Malviya Solar Energy Consultancy. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. I think जब आप ये डिस्कशन शुरू करोगे तो शायद लोग अपने आप आकर कुर्सियों में बैठ जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये सोलार का दूसरा ही है यहाँ पे। I think सुबह के बाद
सर आइए आप आइए।
अरे आप Yeah, sure, definitely.
धन्यवाद, thank you so much. That's okay, I just wanted him to say it.
You can shift little bit over here. Welcome. Yeah, sure. I can have the table here. Thanks.
Over to our moderator, Mr. Jaydeep. Thank you.
Are all seated or do you want to make one more announcement? All right. Fine.
Come back when it starts. When you begin, maybe they will come back.
चलिए. Okay.
This discussion would be of 35 minutes.
35.
जी हाँ, समय दिया आपको बहुत सारा मैंने. फिर भी कम लग रहा होगा, I understand. But thank you.
घड़ी लगा ली आपने?
घड़ी सर लग गई है सामने. Ladies and gentlemen, one last call. I can see a lot of empty seats. Kindly get your coffee and be seated for the last leg of this conference. Thank you.
So good evening everybody. Namaskar.
Good evening.
कसं काय पुणे? Even that is not evoking any response. That's okay. I can understand. मैं समझ सकता हूँ ये, है ना? So I'm sure many of you have not been able to see the solar panel, right? Here? So here it is. Here is the solar panel. Please, everybody come forward. You will get a glimpse. All right. Wonderful having, some of the galaxy of speakers here. And some of you may be knowing me, you know that and all, but nevertheless, let me very quickly introduce. I am Jaydeep Malia. That should be more than sufficient. I think I need not speak more. We are given a, time constraint of 35 minutes. Already we have passed 1 minute. घड़ी बड़ी तेज चल रही है वैसे, कुछ गड़बड़ है शायद. ये 50 सेकंड वाली या 45 सेकंड वाली है घड़ी? कोई नहीं, चलिए. Very good. The topic for this last session, I can always understand it's very difficult, when you have the last bite. But always the dessert is the last, isn't it? The most delicious. The most delicious. And it is about on the topic of innovation in solar energy, energy efficiency, new technologies. Why everybody is talking about solar? Any guess? Any guesses? Yeah. I made a mention, we have the dessert which is the end. It's delightful, isn't it? Delightful. It's so delightful, full of light. Great. So, okay, anyways. I will request all the panelists to very quickly introduce your name, what you are in the company or whichever company you represent. And then of course we'll have more questions. Because I don't want your biodata. I'm not going to hire you, recruit you, and that's not going to happen. So let's not waste. Starting with the gentleman here. Thank you.
So my name is Shailesh Vaidya. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Scorpius Trackers. We make single axis trackers. We are a company based in Pune, doing projects all over the world. Thank you.
Good.
My name is Vijay Ghatode. I am a head of distributed generation for Jinko Solar. Jinko Solar is the world's largest solar panel manufacturing company. Thank you.
Okay. I'll very briefly tell about myself. I'm Jaydeep Malviya, Managing Director, Malviya Solar Energy, and now the Board Director of International Solar Energy Society. It's my honor to be here. I'm 26 years in the field of solar energy industry.
Yeah, good evening everyone. Myself Shantanu Shirsat. I am heading the marketing and the technical department for Growart in the Indian market, and basically we are into the manufacturing of inverters for the PV application.
Hello, already I have introduced myself in the session 2. I would again introduce myself. Myself A.K. Singh, working with Novasis as President Solar. This is going to be a very interesting session for all people working in solar sector. So just have a good attention over here. Thank you.
Thanks, Jaydeep ji. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hiten Parekh. I work with O2 Power. We are an independent power producer company based in Gurgaon. Thank you.
That's wonderful. So we have, a mix of all the panelists who are from, the different fields. Though the session is more about solar PV, energy efficiency, but I'll try to cover as much as possible, about each of the sectors in which they have their own specialty. You see, nobody can do everything, right? But everybody can do something here. That's the beauty of this particular solar panel. All right, great. So I'll just give a background about, what this session is about. Unlike what you had the deliberations in the morning about solar energy, I'm sorry, I did miss, in fact, in the morning because I had another commitment. But I'm sure there are people here who are well aware about this sector, which is growing. Innovation. What does innovation mean? Do you know? Can anybody tell? Nobody. Okay. I think probably, the tea or the coffee was not that strong. Some of you can occupy the front seats. That's okay. It's not a classroom. All right. So there is something called as creativity. Creativity is thinking something new. But innovation is doing something new. And that's what these people here are. Some of the already innovative things about maybe a year back, couple of years back, where, I was debating, they have attained now a commercial stage, like, the agri-photovoltaics. Have you heard of it? Where, you generate the power as well as your agriculture produce. A revolution in India, again, we are doing. We have the floating solar power, right? Floating solar power, what a fantastic thing. The idea came from the head of our country when, the canal top was put up. And now why not, cover all the lakes, waters, or the rivulets with the solar panel. The advantage is you save on the land, you save on the water evaporation, right? Then we have now, revolutionary coated thin films coming, which are again on a commercial stage. So these are some of the examples, okay? The sunlight has various wavelengths, okay? Especially what we know is the infrared and ultraviolet, which we cannot see with our naked eyes. So what is visible is about 40%. That is where currently the solar energy sector is working on, or where, the conversion is happening. So innovation may probably in future be in these two wavelengths of the solar spectrum, okay? And it's a great news now that the solar energy efficiencies are improving with every passing year. A decade back, they were taking multiple decades to achieve even a higher efficiency of 1%. Today, they are claiming close to 30% solar cell efficiency at the laboratory stage. We have already achieved around 24% on commercial stage for some of them. So we'll be debating on that. All right, there are new generation cells coming like the perovskite cells, the multi-layer or the tandem cells that we talk of, they are coming up, okay? There are glass-to-glass panels now. They are claimed to be as eco-friendly, right? And also you have now solar modules, that's the technical word. I'm currently, more focused on the end of life, the circular economy, where we have to ensure that all the raw materials used will be 100% recyclable and reusable. So now the world is focusing even on total eco-friendly panels, the total eco-friendly modules, where none of the materials used will go down the drain. They will not be landfilled at all, and they won't even damage. No hazards going into leaching. So these are some of the innovations that we are happening. And let me start first with the speaker at the first side, right? So what I'll be having is very specific questions to them. Unless you would like to add something more, you can do it, but let's restrict ourselves to maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about 3 minutes, because let also the audience have some questions on that. So we'll give them about maybe 5 to 7 minutes. If time permits, up to 10 minutes. Okay? So to you, Mr. Vaidya. Yeah. Solar trackers. Obviously, the first thing that strikes to my mind, maybe to others, the sun follows a particular path. And it's logical that, if our solar modules or the panels also follow the same path, we will have enhanced generation. Hence, it calls for tracking, right? In a simple layman's term. So what's the technological development that's happening? And do you think that your artificial intelligence has some role to play?
Sure. So, trackers have evolved in the last 10 years since we started making our first trackers. The current models are pretty high-tech in terms that they are real-time. So, solar tracker control system basically connects to a satellite and gets the lateral longitude, date and time, and tracks the sun in real time. So, wherever the controller gets installed, it automatically configures to calculate the sunrise and sunset for that location. Nothing is pre-fed into the system. Also now we have cloud sensors which allow us to sense whether it's going to be cloudy in the day, which allows us to park the plant into a horizontal position instead of making it follow the calculated path of the sun, which means that we generate more power than a fixed plant even when tracking is not happening. It is just put flat. As far as your question on artificial intelligence is concerned, that is now coming into play by using various cross technologies like robotic modeling, which gets integrated with a solar tracker, and tracking cycles and cleaning cycles are calculated automatically to make sure that the plant is generating the most without disrupting generation of the plant. As far as using trackers for other technologies, battery storage, green hydrogen, etc. Are also going to be very help with the generation profile of a tracker, which is maximum from sunrise to sunset, as opposed to getting a inverted bell curve generation graph of a fixed end. So again, AI comes into play there with the help of the other ancillary technologies like robotic cleaning and smart inverters, etc. Inverters also are now getting integrated with trackers, where the inverters measure the IV curves and give feedback to the trackers in terms of which tracker should be performing how. For example, in the same plant, if one of the inverters is generating less, then it can make the trackers point more accurately or tell the trackers to correct their angles. So a lot of cross integration is happening between trackers and other technologies which exist in a solar plant. Because finally the aim is to generate maximum energy possible. And bifacial trackers generally tend to generate about 20-25% more energy than a fixed plant. And these small improvements with AI and technology add to another 2-3% more energy. So you can go as high as 27-28%. We ourselves have about 7 or 8 plants working for more than 2 years with bifacial and trackers. And these kind of numbers are already recorded, so it's not theoretical anymore. Thank you.
Great. So, you have trackers both unidirectional and bidirectional, you understand, to me?
Right, so trackers are of both types, single axis and dual axis, but dual axis trackers do not make commercial sense anymore. Single axis trackers give a pretty good IRR and LCOE, but the dual axis trackers, because of the high capex and the high civil costs and the high tonnage, they don't make economic sense. So globally, dual axis trackers are used only when solar thermal is used, but not for PV.
That's a good, interesting thing. Right. And anything on innovation you would like to add, since it is there, that what may be pursued in future so as to make, trackers a reality, and that can increase, probably the generation or make it more commercially attractive? Just maybe a line, probably.
So I think trackers are already mainstream. We ourselves have got about 2 gigawatts of pipeline for 2024. The next innovation in trackers will be when trackers are able to follow the terrain. Currently there is land leveling required to make a flat land. But if trackers are to follow the terrain, that will again give it a boost, where you can follow slopes of the land and install trackers.
Great, great, wonderful, that's. nice to get an insight about it. So I'll come to you next. You're from the Trina, right? I'm sorry.
Jinko Solar.
From the Jinko Solar, my apologies. From the Jinko Solar, yes. It's been one of the leaders in the world as far as that. Very relevant question, I will just put it up. The way the solar cell technologies are evolving, it is in fact fulfilling the innovation path.
Yes.
Do you see every innovative technology coming, disrupting the others? And if you could give some idea, in this rapid changing technologies, how are the older technologies going to sustain, and what would be it like? Perhaps, more you can say about multi-layer technologies or how the solar cell is evolving.
Actually, if you see that...
Just keep a little close. Yeah.
Now?
Yep.
Audible?
Yep.
Thank you. Currently, if you see that the technology which is being adopted by the customers is N-type. And prior to N-type, it was a mono-PERC. And prior to mono-PERC, it was a completely polycrystalline technology. So, why this change is happening? Because of the continuous demand from the customers for high efficiency solar panels.
Okay.
So that they can get a more generation in limited land, limited balance of system cost, and also their the returns will be higher. So, and also the competition to invest more in solar. So this has fueled a demand. Okay. This has fueled a demand to offer new technologies. So the transition which we saw 2 years ago from polycrystalline 2 to 3 years ago in polycrystalline to mono-PERC, at that time it was 330 watt peak model. And then it comes to 380, 400. Then within a 6 month, 1 year time it is shifted to 450. Now we are using 550 watt peak, 650 watt peak model. But now in that one, what is happening? It's a P-type solar panel technology. And in P-type solar panel technology, there is a saturation in terms of efficiency. So module efficiency is restricted now. If you want to increase the wattage of the module, you will have to increase the size of the module, which becomes unsustainable because it becomes difficult during the handling. So there actually customers have started shifting to N-type. N-type technology, it offers a benefit of same size of the module. You can get a 20 to 30 watt peak more, and also degradation is low. Power output warranty is for almost 30 years. Now if you see that N-type technology and P-type technology have been there from a day one, but customer is to use P-type because of its better economics. Now because of the demand of the N-type, so the industry is shifting to N-type and trying to bring the innovation. Like currently in N-type there are two technologies. One is TOPCon and one is HGT. TOPCon is easy to upgrade from current mono-PERC assembly lines to the TOPCon N-type. So that advantage is customer is getting transferred to customer. So it is like a vicious circle is becoming, and customer is getting benefited in this one. And we think that it is soon like a polycrystalline technology has gone. So the same way mono-PERC technology will also be gone out of the market.
Okay. Let's not scare the audience here out of it. So the bottom line is ye dil mange more. All right. Today the customers are demanding more and more. It's in a tradition. We always want more. You see, I'll very briefly explain about what he wants to say in the benefit of the audience, where there are also some layman. See, it's like this. The N type, which is the negative type, and the positive type, these are the dopants, meaning these are the additives put in the silicon material. This is the silicon for everything. Alright, in order that the electron and photon movement happens, which constitutes your current. Okay, that's the physics of this solar cell. Now, what happens is in a P-type, As he rightly said, because of the economics, because it's an easier process, it attracted. But there is something called as light-induced degradation, meaning when the sunlight falls, these cells tend to degrade over a period of time. The N-type gave an advantage that the LID, which is the light-induced degradation, reduced. And also it offered the advantage of a little higher efficiency. So in short, what is happening today, you see, the more we have the efficient cells, the more we are able to generate in a given footprint area, those technologies will survive. Yes, the way rapidly technologies are evolving, they are going to make the previous technologies obsolete very fast, but let's not get scared, all right? Because considering the volume, even the investment is getting recovered faster. So it's always good to have innovative technologies. And I can assure you that, what currently our country is targeting under the solar mission, whatever you may say, of 350 gigawatt, it will soon turn out into gigawatt hours or maybe terawatt hours. These many terawatt hours of our energy mix of renewable has to be there, and which will call for higher efficient cells more and more. See, as I told you earlier, 40% is what currently is the optimum we can get the efficiency. But who knows, probably it may even touch 60% with the ultraviolet and the other infrared light coming in. So it's a good thing to happen. You see, what happened once, a lady came to me and asked me that, can you please give me a donation? We want to set up a swimming pool for some of our people here who cannot afford it. Right? Now, what requires for a swimming pool? You need massive amounts of water. So I just gave her a glass of water. And I said, let's make a beginning. Okay, so the same thing applies here, on a lighter side. Excellent. Good. So, you can have the mic. Next. What would you like to more speak about?
Yes, so as we are talking about the efficiency improvements, and as I am from the inverter side, yes, so definitely the new innovations and the new concepts that are going on in this particular field, I would just like to give some highlights on that.
Okay.
So yes, as definitely the PV inverters are highly dependent on the modules, because module is the main source of energy for the inverters, and that energy received from the PV panels is being converted into usable AC source. So whenever there are any new sort of innovations in the module side, for example, a couple of years back, one of the module manufacturer came with a higher current modules, and the inverter's input MPPT current was restricted to a specific current value. So as the innovations are going on in the PV module, concurrently we also need to improve on that part. So, but yes, as it is majorly based on the hardware side, it does take some time to come up with the new solutions. But yes, when we are talking about the efficiency improvements, the main factor that contributes to the efficiency of the inverter are the semiconductor components that are being used. And in that, IGBT plays a very important role. So nowadays, as the technology is evolving, the IGBTs are also coming up with lesser switching losses, because of which the conversion that is happening from DC to AC side, the conversion losses are minimizing, and we are trying to get a stable efficiency throughout the loading, rightly from 1% to 100% of the inverter capacity. Apart from that, if you are talking about the emerging concepts, then definitely storage is the upcoming trend that we are going to see very much evident in the market in couple of years. And taking that into consideration, already my company has started working on battery-ready inverters. So as it is, we are manufacturing on-grid inverters. But yes, in near future, if the end customer wants to go for a BSS solution, then instead of going for a complete new BOS, only he needs to procure the battery and connect it to the same inverter, and his storage system is available. So these are the new concepts that we have already come up with, but in a smaller ratings of inverter. And eventually we are going to go ahead in larger kilowatts. Right now, those are available in the residential segment in single phase and three phase. But when we are talking about the C&I as well as the utilities segment, where definitely storage will play a very vital role. So in that particular scenario, when you are having a battery ready inverters, so during the non-peak hours when the sunshine is not sufficiently available, the stored energy can be used again to feed back to the grid. So the redundancy on the or the complete dependency on the grid can be reduced furthermore. So these are some of the new concepts that we are coming up in the inverter technology.
Excellent, excellent. So something what we are talking of, is the hybrid inverters which are going to come.
Exactly,
Will take
yes.
care of it. You see, the relationship of a solar PV module and a battery is that of a husband and a wife. They may criticize each other, but they always have to be together. So that's how it's going to go. Glad to know, these innovations are taking place. Probably, we will have smart inverters with the AI built in.
Definitely.
A lot of, you can say, software is going to come up, the smart one that is going to come up, which will be user-friendly. And I'm sure that this is going to help achieve, our country's next goal would be 100% renewables. You know what? Why all these renewable is being spoken and everything done about? Anybody would like to take a guess? Come on, that's okay. I think the compere is not here. She has put up wonderfully in Hindi. देख तेरे संसार की हालत क्या हो गई भगवान कि कितना बदल गया इंसान सूरज न बदला चांद न बदला. Do you know this very old song? Everything is going to the path of net zero. And in order to achieve, we will have to get smarter. Innovation will play a key role. Okay? Well, let's come to, one of the commercial now. Domestic solar module manufacturer, Mr. Singh. He has been very long in this industry, my very good old friend. I need not ask him much because, Indians are very smart at innovation in their mind. So you can share about, as far as, in your opinion, where the innovation is going.
Basically, innovation is, part of development of any business or any process, I would say rather. So innovation is part of all the activities what we are doing. And when we grow, we demand for innovations. Without innovations, we don't grow. That is what in solar, when we started with the few new inventions, I would say rather, cell invented with a very 1 or 2% of efficiency, then we reached to 12%, and today we are talking about 27.5% or maybe 28.5% efficiency in the cells, and the module level of around 25%. All these efficiency, I would say that what we are talking about, which resulting into higher generation, lesser cost, and lesser also you can say levelized cost of energy. The basic focus is here to reduce the cost of energy. Solar is viable because we have now achieved certain efficiency in the solar and the cost. That is what actually innovation is going on. And as far as adoption is concerned, definitely end user would be always happy having better qualities and energy generation at less cost for the end consumers. So there is a demand for innovation. Yes, at the manufacturer's level there is a challenge because innovation is, I would say, very frequent. There is very less time for, stable growth, I would say rather. So every year I would say there is a change in efficiency, technology. But we have seen, I think, changes mainly in last 3-4 years. Before that, polycrystalline, which has reached to 17% efficiency today, ruled the market. Maybe price was good, and I would say that would be remain part of consumers always. But innovation is there, like monoperk, where we have reached to today, which is going on. There is a half-cut monoperk module. Then we are reaching to 24.5, 26% the cell level and module level 24%, which is currently in use and has saved at least 20 to 25% of space compared to poly. And the second thing is BOS, cost of the BOS has been reduced in the project. So all these things lead to saving the project cost and reaching the levelized cost of energy early. That is one part. The next to it, that is monopark, what we have talked about, this N-type and P-type. This monopark was P-type. Now the N-type, which is coming up, called TopCon, there we have achieved somewhat 2% additional efficiency, and secondly, we have been able to reduce the degradation in the cells, modules. So all these things, innovations, I would say, lead to the benefit of the end users.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving that insight. From the domestic point of view, as a manufacturer, I'll just ask, and please reply in very short, that, see, no technology is complete. There will be challenges ahead, there will be some pitfalls which have to be overcome. Where do you really see today a challenge, and where is the R&D happening at your company end? Just very in a brief you can say.
I would say, as far as Indian manufacturers are concerned, we are part of India, and we have some financial constraint to think over, like at R&D level, the other countries look at it. We are also looking at, we are adopting the networking which is going on, which is adopted in the West first, and then we adopt here. Our company is also looking at it, like now this TopCon module is coming up. So we'll be also shortly introducing this module, which will be around 24 to 25% efficient. So that is part of our development.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Always the last man is the night watchman, and is very crucial. So don't worry, you have very important things to share, isn't it? Don't worry. So we have now from the EPC side. Am I correct? Developer side. All right, great. Developers are now the backbone today of the solar industry because they are required. Though there is very little room for the innovation, but give some insight about how developer is playing a key role and how it is driving the industry to achieve a higher efficiency. Because one of our topics is about energy efficiency or higher efficiency. How do you think this developer is going to motivate or tell the industry a message that, give me more, dil mange more, again? Yeah.
Thanks, Jaideep ji. So, I think as a developer, our primary goal is to work as partners with all the technology providers, be them national or be them international. And then we really need to understand the availability and the sourceability of these technologies, and the most important is also the bankability. Because we are responsible for taking the entire development risk and make sure that the asset delivers power as per the customer's requirements and commitments throughout the contractual life of the power purchase agreement, which is typically 25 years. So apart from technology innovation and embracing technology innovation, learning the risks associated and then delivering the mitigation strategies in close consultation with the partners. Another innovation that as developers we need to do is on the financing side and the deal structuring side, wherein we need to work closely with our end customers to understand what is really the profile of the electricity power that they need to offset, which they are currently consuming from the grid, which is of course grey power, as we know, fossil fuels. And then at our side we need to do a lot of simulation and analysis on whether a plain solar generation profile is going to meet their requirements, or it is going to be requirement of a solar and a wind hybrid, or we need to integrate battery energy storage systems like my colleague from Growatt shared. And then really it's our neck on the line because the customer asks us for a power delivery commitment for the term of the power purchase agreement. Once the project is conceptualized, engineered, commissioned, then the second challenge and the need for innovation at our side is to have very optimized operation and maintenance analytical tools as well as physical cleaning tools. Considering water as a very valuable resource, as a developers we need to be more responsible to make sure that we adopt either waterless solutions or we adopt winnable water requirement solutions. And then we also need to have very smart machine learning mechanisms available at our end remotely, so that it helps us to learn from the various functioning of component on technology basis as well as brand basis. And like Shailesh said, shared, going forward, the benefit and the mileage of the advanced tools like artificial intelligence and machine learning is also an area which, as developers, we need to have a very open mind and be open to welcome the change and use it to our benefit. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, that's great. I think the developer is the key today, in order to achieve, our targets. They will play a very crucial role. Of course, the suppliers are there at our end. One question I would like to ask anybody who would like to take that, the pace at which the renewable energy technologies are going to get installed in our country. What are your thoughts on circular economy? You understand, would anybody like to comment how we are going to ensure or convince, this world that yes, this is a sustainable technology and we will have the least of the carbon footprint? Any of you can take up perhaps, or how your company is working on it. Any pathway? Anybody would like to take? Glad.
I think thanks for highlighting this very important question. I think circular economy as a concept in spirit, of course, we want to implement it, we want to embrace it. But I believe that we need a lot of education and support from the technology manufacturers as well as from the regulatory bodies, because whatever we are installing today is with a horizon of 25 years. So what materials we are using today, how much percentage are they truly recyclable in the true spirit and the true meaning of the word recyclable is something that is concerning to us. And today we don't know what is the value per watt that we need to build in a financial model, because at the end of life, after 25 years, when I have to dispose these hundreds and thousands and lakhs of solar panels and all the other equipments, once the life of the power purchase contract is finished, that's again a tricky concern for us. However, a lot of positivity personally for me, seeing the recent Apple launch, the focus that they shared and the commitment that they demonstrated by having an Apple Watch, which was a truly 100% recyclable and renewable energy being deployed for the manufacturing. So I think Apple has again set a big benchmark for company leaders and aspiring leaders like us to learn and follow and implement in our own capacities.
Great. Just for the, okay.
In our company, we are actually trying to be RE 100 by 2028-2030. That is our first contribution to the sustainability. Second thing is the recycling of the solar panels. This question is always raised by the developers to us, because after 25 years, 30 years, what they should do for the solar panels, because it's a huge quantity. Structure can be sold and recycled easily. But when it comes to solar panels, the multiple components are there. So Jinko Solar Company is now doing the R&D in this one, that how we can successfully get all the materials back to the same production. So we are started investing in that one, and slowly now you can say that in last 10 years the solar installation globally has happened exponentially. So this requirement of recycling is inevitable in next 5 to 10 years.
Excellent. Excellently put up. For the benefit of the audience here, India is only second country after the European Union to make solar panel recycling mandatory. Rather, I'll make it very clear that it has come out with a legislation. A gazette order has been passed that you cannot landfill solar panels or you cannot sell it in unorganized sector. As of now, they've given a 10-year window. You will have to store all your discarded solar modules and cells until there is a solution available to it. And I'm sure globally a lot of R&D is happening, especially in Europe. A lot of startups have come up with this solution. They are claiming up to 95% of the recovered material. So this is definitely going to justify circular economy. I am honored to be part of the task force committee where we gave our policy recommendations which were accepted. So ma'am, just a couple of minutes because let's also have the audience to react. A couple of minutes, I understand. So I'm sure, हमारे यहाँ तो मैगी भी इतनी पॉपुलर हो गई तो 2 मिनट, या 2 मिनट सबको समझ में आती है यहाँ. दो वी वर इन 20s एंड ऑल. देखिए मैडम, ऐसा है ना, बीत जाती है सारी जिंदगी ढूंढने में कि क्या ढूंढना है. बीत जाती है सारी जिंदगी ये ढूंढने में कि क्या ढूंढना है, जबकि यही नहीं पता जो मिला उसका करना क्या है. तो लेट अस डिबेट एटलीस्ट, हम सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की बात कर रहे हैं या ये जो सारा कुछ हो रहा है. सॉरी, ये शेयर छाड़ी का नहीं है सेशन, बट आई थ्रो open to the audience if there are any questions. Unless you have become very knowledgeable, I will only take it.
Feel free to raise your hand up if you have any queries. There's a last session here.
Nobody, you see, I'm thankful that, the organizers, they told me that, please come, we need somebody who is really responsible for this particular session. And I said, yes, I am the perfect man, you have said, because, what happens, wherever the company, my own company or, wherever I'm associated to, anything that goes wrong, I am always very responsible.
But you also get the credit if things go right.
Great, thank you. So if there are no questions or nothing, I think I have ended in less than 2 minutes, unless anybody would like to further say. Otherwise, if there are questions for me, I am standing outside. All right?
The Saturday evening is kicking in, everyone.
Oh, I see. I am standing outside, and then, if anybody asks me where I am standing outside, and I can tell myself I am outstanding.
Kya baat hai. You are outstanding, sir. We did have very good questions in this discussion. Should we? Yeah? Thank you. There are no questions. I think everyone wants to close the day, and we do have a award ceremony coming up. मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी इंजीनियर पी के पटनायक जी को आगे आकर सम्मानित करें हमारे पैनल मेंबर्स को. Mr. Patnaik. Do we have Mr. Hari Bala with us? May I request him to please come ahead?
He's getting inspired from you.
Thank you, Mr. Hari Bala, for stepping in. We would like to thank and appreciate Mr. Vijay Ghatole here, Head of Distributed Generation. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए. We acknowledge and appreciate the presence of Mr. Shantanu Sirsat. हम श्री शैलेश वैद्या जी को भी धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे. So we appreciate you, Mr. Hideen Parekh. Ashok ji, we have given you memento already. Thank you for being with us. And last but not the least, we would like to thank Mr. Jaydeep Malviya. I would collectively like to thank all our panel members and moderator. Can we have a group picture? You will be present in a lot of images then. इस लम्हे में मैं ये मौका लेकर 2 और क्विज क्वेश्चंस आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करने वाली हूँ. We will be announcing the winners in next 7 to 10 minutes. Thank you, gentlemen. The question on your screens is what is the voltage of standard household electrical outlets in many countries? Your options are A, 12 volts, B, 120 volts, C, 240 volts and D, 110 volts. अपने जवाब आप भेज सकते हैं +918750798032 पे. एक बार फिर से, what is the voltage of standard household electrical outlets in many countries? A, 12 volts, B, 120 volts, C, 240 volts, or D, 110 volts. Quickly moving on to the last question, the fifth one in this mystery round. What part of a solar panel system tracks the movement of the sun to maximize energy capture? यहाँ आपको सिर्फ 3 ऑप्शन मिले हैं, हमने एक ऑप्शन हटा दिया है. A, इन्वर्टर, B, ट्रैकर, C, बैटरी. मैं सवाल दोहराऊंगी. What part of a solar panel system tracks the movement of the sun to maximize energy capture? A, इन्वर्टर, B, ट्रैकर, C, बैटरी. पहले जवाब भेजने वाले को मिलेगा इनाम. Text your answer on 918750798032. Thank you. So moving on towards the last leg of this conference, we all, end of the day, somehow work for money. Even if it is not our priority, somehow it becomes, in the hindsight, in the first sight, it does become. Agreed? पैसा भले आपकी पहली जरूरत ना रहे, लेकिन हर जरूरत के लिए पैसा ही आपको आगे बढ़ाता है. What are the other 2 things which we humans do love more than money? Anyone? Yes, again? क्या बात है, जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. जी हाँ, अप्रिशिएशन. और दूसरी चीज है पुरस्कार, award and recognition. So that is our next segment. Without taking a lot of time, I would like to announce the award segment. In the category of green earthing technology, we have Intertech as the winner here. जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. They have displayed excellence in developing and implementing environment-friendly earthing technologies. I've done the mistake, now send that. And the award will be presented by Dr. Santosh Rajkumar Patni. Award लेने के लिए आगे बुलाना चाहूंगी मैं श्री चरणजीत सिंह को, founder and partner Intertech, and Mr. K.K. Gupta, technical director Intertech. Thank you, congratulations. In the category of Best Labeling Solution Company, this award is presented to Dymo Newell Brands. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for their exceptional expertise in designing and delivering labeling products and services meeting diverse business needs and ensuring product information accuracy and compliance. Can we have Mr. Kalpakaru, Business Development Manager, Dymo India? The award will be presented by Dr. Geetanjali Vaidya. I would request Mr. Patnaik to please come ahead and present this award. Congratulations, Dymo Newell Brands. Thank you. In the category of front runner for PQ compliance with innovative ideas, this award is presented to Serum Institute of India. For they exemplify excellence in ensuring power quality standards. The award will be presented by Mr. Hari Balasubramaniam. Thank you and congratulations. The next category is Excellence in Electrifying Service Award. This award is presented to Kanchan Tele-Infra Engineers Private Limited for their outstanding achievements in the delivery of electrifying customer service that consistently goes above and beyond to provide exceptional service experiences in the realm of electricity and electrical services. Please put your hands together for Vikram Shenge, MD Kanchan Tele-Infra Engineers Private Limited. This award will be presented by Dr. Santosh Patni.
He's not there, Mr. Patni. I.
Congratulations, Kanchan Tele-Infra Engineers Private Limited. Thank you. Congratulations once again. The next category here is Industry Leadership Award, and this award is presented to Mr. Prateek Joshi, General Manager, Novasys Green Energy Private Limited, for consistently demonstrated visionary thinking, innovation, and unwavering commitment to driving positive change and advancement in solar PV field. ये अवार्ड देने के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी इंजीनियर पीके पटनायक जी को. The next category is Smart Meter Deployment Excellence, and this award is presented to Sachin Shelar, Assistant Professor, Head Power Quality Cell, AISMS. AISMS is a premier education institute in Pune, is an HT consumer on the campus. There are 5 education buildings: AISMS IOIT, COE, COP, MBA and AISMS School. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इस अवार्ड को देने के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी श्री हरि बालासुब्रमण्यम जी को. Thank you. Our next category is Environmental Sustainability Awards, and this award is presented to Novasys Green Energy Private Limited for their remarkable achievements and initiatives that are committed to preserving our planet. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए श्री अशोक कुमार सिंह जी के लिए. इन्हें अवार्ड देने के लिए बुलाना चाहूंगी मैं मिस्टर जयदीप मालवीय को. नहीं, क्योंकि आप हमारे सपोर्टिंग पार्टनर्स भी हैं, स्पॉन्सर्स भी हैं, तो अब बारी है हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स और सपोर्ट पार्टनर्स की, और मैं शुरू करना चाहूंगी हमारे गोल्ड पार्टनर से, दैट्स नोवासिस ग्रीन एनर्जी। ये अवार्ड और मोमेंटो देने के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर वेंकटेश राघवन को। एक बार फिर से तालियां हो जाए हमारे गोल्ड पार्टनर के लिए, नोवासिस ग्रीन एनर्जी। क्या I think I can see the first face here. Engineer Saab, please. Thank you. We would like to thank our gold partners, Janitza Electronics. मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी बलदेव राजनारायण जी को इन्हें अवार्ड देने के लिए, to present a memento to our gold partner, Janitza Electronics. Our representative from Janitza. Do we have Mr. Baldev with us? Bye. Bye. Mr. Malviya, could you please present the memento? Thank you, Mr. Malviya. Would you please stay back to present the next memento as well? Thank you. We would like to acknowledge our table partners, LS Electrical Limited. I would like to invite a representative from LS Electric Company Limited. LS Electric से यहाँ पे कोई मौजूद है? Quickly moving on to our next table partners, True Power Limited. We would like to thank and acknowledge True Power Limited. Change हुआ है, True Power Limited. Thank you, Mr. Malviya. Our next on-site branding partner, Gotham Solar, we would like to acknowledge and present a memento. To do the same, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Patni. Sir, would you please stay back for one more memento? Last five. We have our merging partner with us, Genco Solar. I would like to invite Genco Solar on stage and acknowledge their presence here. Genco Solar. All right, sir. Thank you. I think it's closing time. I know it's Saturday evening. We are rushing ahead. We have our finance partners, SIDBI. Do we have someone from SIDBI? इस अवार्ड को देने के लिए बुलाना चाहूंगी मैं श्री अशोक कुमार सिंह जी को. Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh. I would invite Mr. Amit to please come ahead and present the memento. कोई नहीं. We acknowledge Cosma. I would invite someone from Cosma on stage. Thank you for being our support partners. Our representative from Cosma. I would also like to acknowledge Area, AIREA. Do we have our representative from Area? एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए.
I like area team to come here. We will all receive the award.
इसके बाद कॉस्मा का प्लेस टीम आ गई.
So आपके सामने मंच पे एरिया की पूरी टीम, our support partners. Thank you and congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. I can see the team of Cosma has arrived. Thank you. अमित जी मैं चाहूंगी आप कॉस्मा की भी मोमेंटो उन्हें प्रदान करें. और इसके बाद है वो 5 विजेता जिन्होंने हमारे साथ फास्टेस्ट फिंगर राउंड खेला है. Thank you. Mr. Gupta, would you please present the 5 fastest fingerprint awards as well, for which we have for the first question, winner name as Mr. B.K. Narendra Khope. क्या ये मौजूद है हमारे साथ? B.K. Narendra Khope जी. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. ये हमारे पहले सवाल के पहले सही जवाब देने वाले हैं हमारे विजेता मिस्टर B.K. Narendra Khope. दूसरा सवाल का सही जवाब आया था मिस्टर जीवन गंगावने की तरफ से प्राज इलेक्ट्रिकल्स. जीवन जी क्या आप मौजूद हैं हमारे साथ? For the third question, the winner is Mr. Lakshman Paushe. Mr. Lakshman Paushe. चौथे सवाल का सही जवाब आया था मिस्टर रियाज काजी के पास से. मिस्टर रियाज काजी. And the first person, the fastest person to answer the 5th question was Mr. Avatar Patel. मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी मिस्टर अवतार पटेल को. Mr. Avatar Patel.
Anything, I'm closing.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you.
आपकी टीम से, right? Okay.
So for a group picture, this is the end of our conference. For a group picture, we would like to invite everyone from the core team to please join us on stage. Mr. Gupta's team. So यहाँ पे जितने भी चेहरे मौजूद हैं फिलहाल जो हमारे साथ सुबह से बने हुए हैं मैं चाहूंगी सारे आ जाएं एक बड़ी सी मंच पे एक बड़ी सी तस्वीर हो जाए. Everyone who's present here with us, let's have a big group picture and our core committee members. इस लम्हे का उपयोग करते हुए मैं सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी. Everyone who has supported us, all our presenting partners, our gold sponsors, our core team members, our moderators, our panel members. This was the EPS Business Meet Pune 2023 Electrical Power Solar. We end this conference on the note that let's work together for clean energy, green energy. Let's leave less carbon footprints and let's connect over energy. Thank you. I was your host for the day, Divya Seth, signing off.